What up, chat? What up, chat? Oh man. Ooh. Oh man. What's up, Hazard? What's up, DMN? What's up, Anti? What's up, Cal? What's up, Solar? What's up, Zens? Found all of Deadpool's secret inputs. What the? Oh, it's about for Tokon. I'm like, what are you talking about for rivals? Like, what? I'm about to say, what does that even mean? I'm not used to Tokon being out. Yoshimitsu here. What the hell was a vamp? Yo, I'm testing out a vertical streaming thing on YouTube today. They added a new feature where we can finally stream vertically and horizontally at the same time on YouTube with the same encoder. Well, with different encoders, but from the same YouTube link. Does that make any sense? It's the same link. It's the same stream. It's that I can finally put a vertical thingy on it now, which is pretty sick. I'm testing that out today. But I don't think it's gonna lag or anything like that. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Your streamer words. Okay, basically think of it as forget it. I give up. I give up. I give up. Get it. What's up, OG? Song appropriate for a long time. Looking nostalgic. Oh, because of the chat box. It's a cola. Oh, my shit has to compile. Yeah, I'm wait till that's finished compiling before going live on TikTok. That's gonna lag the hell out of me. Oh, there's new drops today. Yes, sir. Who's the newest drop? Elsa, I think. He's new. I think it's Elsa. Yeah. What you're saying? 12%. About to get Lord Blades in my first order. Nice. Sparking Neo? I'm good off Arena Fighters. There's too much good fighting games out to be playing an Arena Fighter, in my opinion. So I will not be touching that. Give me a second. All right. Okay. What am I looking at? 32%. All right, nice. So the hood is here now, right? Got proficiency for the widow. Oh, I do. Cool. Ooh. Are we buying this, chat? Yes, we are. Costume and emoji. Wait, so what happens if I uncheck mark this? It just doesn't give me the emojis. Oh, I see. 30, 34, 39. Yeah, it'll have at least one, right? Yeah. Damn, why isn't that legendary though? I wish this hood skin was a legendary. It's funny though, this skin doesn't even have a hood. This skin doesn't even have a hood. It don't even have a hood though. Something called the hood. You don't got a hood on that skin. They forget to give him a hood. They forget to give him a hood. Let me tweet the stream out. There you go. Stream's tweeted. Nice. Okay. Outfit is mid to you. You got Tim's on? I didn't even realize he has Tim's on. I didn't realize that till you said it. What the fuck? It really does have Tim's on. Look, also into the raid.
This is the last one. Get together.
I have better Iron Fist skin. Holy shit. This skin is sick. I'm buying that. That shit is sick. That shit is sick. Switch to Iron Fist. Cool. Or Star-Lord. Star was pretty cool. Just in time for the Iron Fist experience. Perhaps. Perhaps. I said the Iron Fist experience. Where's my copy? I got it from my homie. Do you prefer the video to watch on Twitch or YouTube? Nobody cares about TikTok. Damn, nobody cares about TikTok. It's crazy. Twitch. You get drops on Twitch. There's literally new drops that came out today for this game. You should watch on Twitch. It helps help the streamer more as well. Where's my copy? I already gave my extra copy away. I'm sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. There you go. Let me pin this. I already gave my extra copy away, buddy. I'm sorry. Copy of what? Tokon. Yeah, extra copy you didn't share. You guys literally told me to give the extra copy to a lie, and I did. Arx just gave me an extra copy, and you guys literally told me to give it to her. Besides, I'm gonna ask if I get some extra copies. 'Cause I do want to give some more away. I think the game's out too. I think it's too soon though. They do give us copies to give away though. Nah, I'm gonna get more. Don't worry. I'm gonna get more. I'm gonna get more. Cause I can apply for copies of other games too. She plays 5 games. No, this is gonna be her first one. Cause like let's say I wanted to give out copies of like Guilty Gear. They'll give me something to give out. I just have to they make me fill out a form. Make me fill out a form. But it's a little tricky with this game because I think this game is new, and also it's mainly Sony. So like it's like tricky. Okay, let me boot up the TikTok stream since my shaders are done. And so it's gonna be a little bit tricky because some of you guys want on console, some of you guys want on PC. I'll probably ask for like 2 each or something like that. But I gotta wait. I think the game isn't out. I mean, the game just came out, so I think they're not trying to give out too many copies. Cause they still gotta sell some shit, you know. They updated PC clients today? I don't see any updates here. Marvel Tokon. Oh wait, it's the wrong game. Marvel Rivals 9.5. You'll never guess who's the #1 holder right now. You'll never guess, bro. I was watching a stream earlier. It's Mike, yeah, it's Mike. Barney's above you. He went from GM to fucking GM to one above all earlier. He didn't lose a single match. 15-0. Barney's above you. The cow's name is Barney's above you. Fucking Barney, bro. He put it Barney. Thoughts on the BP nerf? He needed it. Fucking Barney's above you, bro. Let me change my strike squad. I just want a new patch. Let me see this. Oh wait, no, it's already adjusted. Yes, this is about it. Oh, let me put Bucky in here. That motherfucker's still not nerfed. Yeah, so am I adding it? Removing anyone? I don't think so. Yeah. Those are gonna be my DPSs this season. I think I'm forgetting someone. Huh. I feel like I'm forgetting someone, but I'm not. All right, quick play up. Let's go. Let's try this Iron Fist skin. Or let me see if I get the hood. It's hoodie season. Tap in. It's hoodie season. Tap in. Oh, Cyclops? Ooh, Cyclops did get buffed. That's who I was missing. I gotta try him out.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Hold on, guns out. Let's go.
Bro, my shit. Nah, I'm leaving. I literally locked it in and it fucking took it away. The fuck? I locked it in. And it didn't. It didn't like confirm it. What the fuck? I literally double clicked it. Code, literally. I double pressed it. Like, I don't know why I did that. Please don't put me in a sub. Please, I don't want to sub. Please, I don't want to sub. Please, I don't want to sub. Thank you. There we go. You quicker than that? I literally hovered it. I mean, I pressed it. I pressed it twice, just like what I just did just now. He just didn't lock it in for some reason. It hovered the character instead of like confirming. Let's do John stream sniping again, bro. Holy shit. Who's about to throw my elo? Last time I was playing with a lot, he stream sniped and he had 0 finals and like no damage. This dude John had 0 finals, bro. Like fucking 0 damage and 0 finals. You better not sell my shit on that weak ass black cat. Oh, you champion now. Oh, you think you got a little bit of motion now? Okay. You better not sell my shit again.
I know you think
that weak ass black cat you pulled out last time. You better fucking not.
Guns out. Let's go. We are.
Bro, think he got a little bit of motion now.
Same path as you. I chose responsibility instead. Good luck with that. While you save the lives,
Battle starts in 5,
be claiming
4,
the spoils.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Something he got a little bit of motion now. All right, let's see it. Am I live on TikTok? I am. The fuck? Yo, lock in team? Oh, that's what it looks like on his screen? It's like a literal hood. That's pretty sick. I'm about to say, start healing me. Don't shoot her. You almost sold my shit. It's like a floating cape. Oh, that's pretty sick. Why do I keep hearing people who say this character do no damage, by the way? I don't get that. Y'all don't know how to aim or something? I keep hearing people say he does no damage. Y'all don't know how to aim or something, or? About to get a machine gun refill it? Yeah, I know that already.
This is real firepower.
That's evil. Check John's stats. 3 and 2. John, you selling my shit again? No excuses. I'm on a new character, bro. John, you selling my shit again, bro. John always selling. And I have this motherfucker trying to play BP into Penny Parker, bro. Like, pack that shit up, bro. Yeah, that's the round. I can't lie. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. You say you got a test this week? John, where you at, bro?
You're gonna find out how much chaos.
Why you always selling my shit, bro? Lock the fuck in, bro. You see your streams a lot? What's up, dude? Yo, why's my skin not on? Incarnation. Lock the fuck in, John.
Johnny Storm, 1/4 of the Fantastic Four. Haven't seen you fly around the Bronx in a while.
And the hood. Always good to see another New York guy in the mix, even if you are a criminal.
Sure, we're just the same. Except I don't live in a high-tech penthouse in Midtown.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Like the blade cut. The blade cut. Ain't nobody got a blade cut. What the hell? What the hell? What's up, black guy? Where you got the blade cut? What? That, what the what? Fuck. That's gotta be racist. Bro saw a black guy with an afro. He said, "You got a blade cut." You gotta be shitting me. Oh my fucking god, Penny Parker, bro. Leave me the fuck alone, bro. Why is this guy right here? Why the fuck is he over there? This guy's lurking. Yo, DPS next to 50. Oh my god, everyone just keeps dying on this team. Oh my lordy, I can't carry this. 7 deaths, 6 deaths. Oh my god, they just keep dying.
Been hit harder than that and got back up.
Y'all just keep dying, bro. Please stop dying, bro. Just for 2 seconds, bro. Oh my god, he's dead again. That's another one dead. Oh no. Bro, they just kept dying, bro. Jesus Christ, bro. Bro, like y'all, like bro, what are we cooking, bro? If like this guy is over here trying to play Cap into Penny Parker, and this guy is over here trying to play BP. Was this the same guy? Oh, this guy's an idiot. I'm sorry. Why? Like what? You're trying to play Black Panther and Cap into Penny Parker. John over here trying to play Squirrel, not Squirrel, fucking Black Cat into Penny Parker, And this guy's trying to play Torch into fucking Scarlet Witch. I'm not gonna lie, quick play can't save some of y'all. I'm gonna just be honest. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Some of y'all can't be saved by quick play.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My fist is feeling stronger than granite.
All right, my bad.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Let me see this skin.
Hey, Jubes. Ready to make
This skin is sick.
You bet.
I equipped the effects, right?
Of course I did. I know exactly how annoying it is when I go whip whip. Someone says I went pew pew.
Wow. You really took that a lot more seriously than I expected. The battle starts in 5.
That's a new voice line. I haven't heard that Spider-Man one with Jubilee.
2.
John is the greatest RP plays all time. Bro, just be selling my shit.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I know you mad. You're so lucky this invis is on you. This invis is pocketing the shit out of him. Where the fuck the other guy go? Oh, you guys have one tank. God, this kid has no fucking damage. God damn. This is a tank. This motherfucker's damage is horrendous. Jesus Christ.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Keep following the wedge to victory.
The fucking tickle monster. That didn't hit him? John's on the enemy team? I know he is. Here's other VFX if you didn't buy. Yeah, I did. I bought it. I bought it, no? Or did I? Well, man, I'm about to find out once I all in like literally 2 seconds. So. This character sucks. They only have one tank.
Never yours to win.
Double KO. The vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Rock solid. Rock solid.
Time to heal.
He was in the first Boger Bash. Why don't you play in tournaments? I've played in. I don't get invited. I usually don't get invited. I usually get in as a sub. They don't know me. They don't know me, bro. The one I actually got invited to was the Warrior one.
This place and the Master River must be protected. Ouch, that hurts.
Can I get a heal?
Just the light. Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
The fuck?
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Defeat was your destiny.
This skin is so sick, bro. They cooked.
Or a dagger.
Where the support's at? Is Arthur's good against Hood? Yes. It's good against any tank. Some tank you can't beat. What? Does percent damage. It's good against any tank.
Tokon, here we come.
Y'all are trying to hit me through the wall. I'll read that ass.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
I did that wrong, didn't I? That was all good. Yo soy el final.
So close. Us against the world.
Almost about out. There you are.
Oh fuck, I did that wrong. I was trying to shift out, but I kept fucking clicking on mistake instead of just pressing it. I like hesitated.
Spider-Man returns. Immortality has its perks.
Did you play Tokon today? No, I just let it stream. I'll play it later.
You got that?
W.
Kung Fu and karate anyway. Another epic victory. Big
John selling again? John, lock the fuck in, bro. Can't be going like this. What's up, Kay? Lock the fuck in, John. John been playing 18v18? John, bro, every time I'm on John's team, we lose. I'm not even shitting you, bro. Customs included. Okay, probably not customs, bro. How useless Spidey? How are you champ? Both those characters and netted one final. God damn. Why he on that Spidey ass? It's quick play and we all got rolled. Take a break, pal. Damn, this quick play shit something serious. This quick play shit something serious. God damn. Nah, he do got 11 dubs though. Nah, he do got 11 dubs. He's champ BP and champ Spidey. That guy was on his ass. Quick play the new rank for real. I'm crying, bro. That guy was on his ass. Damn. This that deep? Who else got buffed this patch or changed? Phoenix, right? Phoenix, and is there any other character I'm interested in the patch notes? Oh, what was Cyclops buff again? Let me pull the patch notes. Oh, his E got buffed. Gamut team out, custom force frequency boost on 10%. Wait, what? So you get more cooldown for your E when you primary fire. And also which is gonna increase the DPS. That's gonna increase the DPS. But also when he's standing with Gamut, a concussive force beam frequency boost from 10 to 15. Concussive beam attack frequency. Is that the speed of the beam? I gotta see that. I don't get that one. Concussive beam attack frequency boost from 10 to 15. I think the beam just shoots faster. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's all that is. I'm on the Twitch now? Oh, I appreciate it, dude. Bro, those punches sound like machine guns when you activate the shield and right click. That team up is sick. Oh, not team. That scene is sick. Okay. Let me get a Cyclops in here. I'm gonna Gambit in here. Let's see this. Fuck. Bad test, bad test. The fucking galley gun. It is higher. It definitely is higher. It's not by a lot though. I still don't think he used this team up over the Gambit one, over the Phoenix one though. Just there's gonna be more Phoenix players this patch. The fucking burn damage on this is OD. And being able to see people through walls is fucking busted.
Perfect angle. Knew I saw trouble.
Look at that. I can see his ass through walls. Like, what the fuck is that?
Double kill. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
This team up technically gets buffed too, because if he's gonna have his E more
6 in a row.
after using his primary now, then yeah, this is gonna be he's gonna have more times to use his burn. So the buff affects both his team ups technically.
Bet you didn't see that coming. Maximum impact.
I want to play Phoenix this patch. I'm gonna go do that. We get one Phoenix match and let's play ranked. Actually, no, we're playing ranked now.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
John, I swear to God, if that was you, I would literally order for. Yo, there's no fucking way you got into my ring match. I was about to say, bro. There's no fucking way.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Sounds good.
I was about to just say, bro.
Wait, are we banning Broken Dagger?
I'd order for it and booted up Tokon so fast. Speaking of Tokon, there's a tournament today. FlyQuest, Big Sweat tournament. FlyQuest fighters. Big Sweat tournament. They got heroes versus villains. Got Diaphone, Nitro, Sajam, K7, Cloud, Blue Sky, Riddles, Ray Ray. We got Aaron, Hikari, Chris, F Champ, Razzo, Fidel, Bleed, and Punk. Sonic Fox was here instead of Bleed, but he dropped out of the tournament. And this starts, I think it just started like an hour ago. Or wait, no. I think it just started like 30 minutes ago. Yeah, I don't think Sonic Fox likes the game. I'm pretty sure that's why he dropped out of the tournament. Oh, they just started 8 minutes ago, actually. I don't think he likes the game.
Fantastic all you play? Or...
Yeah, Punk's playing in it.
Matter what, it's like, okay, cool, so
I was
this
only
character
playing
wins
Mantis with the
neutral,
How
I
do I
tag
tell
in
you?
after I get a
How
wall
do
break
I
because my
tell
hookie's
you?
good, and then
I know Sajam's in it too, yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Where is Punk? There you go.
W. Thank you, bro.
Oh wait, they buffed the team up with what's her name, huh? Rogue. Am I gonna use that here? I like the anti-heal too much though.
Oh, you got a second
30
tank.
seconds
Oh,
before you attack. Get ready.
Nah, I like the anti-heal too much. No, you will not get a second tank, bro. This is Marvel fucking Rivals. Second tank does not exist.
be the change you want to see, man. You know you want to play that thing.
Be the change you want to see. I want to change games, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm joking.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
My best buddy Nitro. Oop, motion
All you
man.
need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You know Nitro? That's the evil champ. I mean, you got money. He got money. That mean you got money. That Iron Fist. You don't even got the new skin. Whack ass Iron Fist.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I can't see shit. I'm trying to shoot the fucking White Fox.
Mission area.
Oh, that's the Phoenix ball. Spark damage shred. Oh, watching them fellas explode. Oh, that's the Phoenix ball. Bullets exploding in my face.
I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, that sounds crazy. Hold on.
Help me, Kloppendaber.
I still can't believe I'm a filthy hit scan player. I gotta embrace the hit scan.
Nice.
Doing nice gun for new gen slugs. Helitina was too strong. That's the anti-heal. Oh man. Oh, got someone. Fuck, I whiffed. When they gonna learn to stop grouping up? I love this. They can keep grouping up. I like that. Damn, poor guy. I shot his fucking kneecaps off. Shot the back of his fuck ass kneecaps. You don't need those legs. Oh yeah, Phoenix is back. Phoenix is back. 18-0? Hold on. Hold on. Let me find out. Let me find out Phoenix is back. Let me find out the Phoenix is back. Let me find out the Phoenix is back. Yeah, let me get that new skin. Shit, nobody can stop me after that.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I didn't know we had a mantis with them. She never left. Nah, she was kind of mid last patch. You can't deny that. She wasn't mid. She was overshadowed by Bucky and Elsa being busted. But still.
Perhaps further than any of us could ever hope to fathom.
Nah, all of them are strong as shit. It's kind of scary, I can't lie.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission
Nah,
area.
they're all strong as shit. Bucky need to go. Nah, they got Hela, you got Phoenix, you got Bucky, you got Elsa. I think you're poison. Me personally, I would rather fight Bucky and oof. Hold on, let me think about that.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I don't know about that. I don't know. That's hard. Would you rather fight Bucky, Elsa? Okay, so out of the two combination, would you rather fight Bucky, Elsa, Hela, or Phoenix? Which two would you rather fight? I think I would pick. I think Bucky and I'm not fighting fucking Hela. Fuck that. That's just not happening, bro. I'm not fighting Hela Phoenix. You don't want to fight Hela Phoenix. Fuck that. Because if Phoenix is good, you can't dive her, bro. Out of all of those, diving Phoenix and Bucky is probably the worst shit ever. You can dive a Hela. Oh, wait. I forgot how Elsa's team up. You can't dive none of them, honestly. I'm going to give it a buck with you. I don't think you can dive any of them. Phoenix if that Hela anchor is over. Oh shit, you're right.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
No one's doing dive Hela unless they're fucking cheating. What is it? I'm not. Yeah, all right, bro. Dude's spazzing out. Like, you got it, bro. Shit, I'm hiding. Fuck that. I ended my win streak, my kill streak. Let's see if I can one-shot somebody. Hold on. Stand still, cloak.
I can feel your pain. Sorry.
Yo, yeah, Phoenix is back. Phoenix is so back, bro. 29-0, let's go. I'm a dickhead? How am I a dickhead? I just knew she would stand still. That's not, no, that doesn't mean I'm a dickhead. I just had a feeling she would. Just, did she lead a game? Oh, that's my team that left the game. I was about to say. I'm not a dickhead for that. I just knew she would stand still. They always do that every time we win the point or something. Sport for some odd reason would just stand still. It's like dicking around or emoting or some shit. I just knew she would do that. Okay, our teammate left the game. That's not good. You know what you did? Bro, I ain't even do nothing. We could lose this match too. The guy left the game. Oh, my thing hit the floor. What the fuck?
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
This Hawkeye won't stop fucking shooting, man. Cheesing? Bro. It's just game sense. You guys are misunderstanding game sense for being a dickhead. Doesn't mean I'm a dickhead. I've played these games before. This isn't my first rodeo. Like, I don't know. I'm dead as fuck.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Magic is not the only
I'm gonna make it in time.
in play here.
Control lost.
Oh, that's not good.
Really sorry.
Yeah, Hawkeye ult. At least I forced Hawkeye ult. At least I forced Hawkeye ult. Mag just bitched it. You mean Strange? You even say his name right.
You know what happened to the other guy?
I have no clue. Anyone killed with him?
30 seconds before you attack.
If he doesn't come back, we're probably just gonna lose.
So you're the almighty Phoenix, huh? Not as big as I expected.
This is merely one of my forms.
One of my forms. The fuck are our other forms?
Speaking of which, if you're looking for planets to burn, I know a few that deserve it.
The battle starts in 5.
You can win this. If Fanta plays a tank.
2, 1.
The big ass fucking bird. Well, I mean, yeah, but like,
Got it?
she said forms.
Superpowers are amazing.
Oh, he's back. Nice.
Also, the
All right, nice. Let's lock in.
on stage.
Oh, our healers are like.
There you are.
Why are y'all shooting when he's reflecting?
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area.
By the eye of
Oh, so low. Yeah, that thing hits like a truck, bro. explosion on the thing. That thing fucking hurts now. That shit hurts now again, bro. Oh man, this character is so back. This character is back, bro. Wait, don't go for me, chill, bro. Woo, 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 woo. Yo, can I get you?
Keep going.
Uncle Ben. The fuck? Where he come from? Why are you playing? Like, I'm playing Phoenix. Does he not care? Or like, why does she ult though? Bro's playing Hawkeye. I'm crying. Yikes. You tell when Hood's all what scars you up? Yeah, I said that in the guide.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Well, not guide. Showcase. Well, that was pretty good, no? Where the Hood gameplay at? Let me get this count to Celestial and I'm gonna play some Hood. Notifications were off. GG's, bro. GG's. Yo, where the blade buffs at? Yo, where the blade buffs at, bro? Where they at, chat? Where they at? Where the blade buffs at? Come on, lock in.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
My Odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Give me a second. Is there any new characters that are worth banning now? Nah, I doubt it. I'm pretty sure it's just the same shit. My friend's asking if there's anything new worth banning.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Let's go. If we buffing Phoenix, we buff Blade. Okay. I like the way you think. Okay, after this, I'm gonna switch to what account do I get on? Just get on Senpai. I want to we're gonna play Hood. It's hoodie season. It's hoodie season.
30 seconds before you attack.
We'll play Hood the rest of the night.
Can you get off Dino?
Off Dino. I just want him off Dino.
I am no threat to you.
We got no team ups on this team. What the fuck?
We share mutual feelings. And tomorrow you'll gladly stab me in the back.
My order is
We got like no team ups on this
my
team.
mind is sharp.
Dino, Hood.
Battle starts in 5.
I play characters that Hood give a team up to. I don't play Magic.
2, 1.
I don't play any characters that he gets a team up from.
Out of sight.
Get that vehicle to its destination.
Yo, why when I ended stream last night, y'all had some like crazy clip forged of me saying that I would sacrifice somebody in chat. What's that about? Somebody made some clip of me saying I would sacrifice somebody for a Psylocke or something. The fuck is that about?
Step aside.
Yeah, I want to explain or what? Barber charged me then. That's you? I didn't say that, bruh. I was on a live stream and y'all put up some clip of me saying that I would sacrifice one of y'all for Psylocke.
What a difference.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
What's good, Infernasu?
What up?
Double KO.
Huh?
You lose, demon.
How you doing? I would sacrifice anything for Psylocke buns. You wouldn't sacrifice anything for Psylocke buns, bro? What are you talking about, bro? I wouldn't do that, bro. I like chat, bro. Y'all help me out. I help y'all, bro. Y'all pay my bills. Why would I do that? I would never let a girl get between us.
Hey, bro, you should upload a Rogue Lineage video.
What's that?
What do you mean, what's that, bro? Rogue Lineage? You don't know?
No. What is that? That's Axe.
You don't know what Rogue Lineage? Please don't piss me off, bro.
I'm dead ass. I have no clue what you're talking about.
So if I go to your channel right now, I'm not gonna see how to play Rogue Lineage.
I have an L in my name, not an I.
Double KO. That's 3. You're halfway there. Keep going.
Is an infinite ammo Punisher in the back?
Our spirits shall meet again someday, little one.
Deny. Wait, so you can pay my bills? What are you talking about? The world is full of shameless liars. What are you insinuating?
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Bro switched to DD just to counter me. Are we dead ass, bro?
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh, that result's gone. He's won. That skin is so sick.
Step aside.
Very impressed. The team's popped off with that one. We pay ours and we pay yours. Wait. We pay yours and you pay ours. Whoa.
Hero, Frank.
Whoa. I don't know about that. Good news is that the other day we finally got paid from the Boger Bash, which is pretty cool. I spent all of it though, damn already. Had some bills to pay. And the rest getting saved. For our mansion. I'm not buying a mansion, bro. I'm buying the most basic house you have ever seen. I'm buying the most basic house you could ever see. So I could do these damn more content. So I could do more damn content, bro. 5 bedroom, 4 bath.
More rogue minions content.
Do you know how expensive 5 bedroom, 4 bath is, bro? That's expensive as shit. 5 bedroom, 4 bath. That's like a full on home. That's not even a starter home. That's not even a starter home at that point. You got like a whole family. I don't got no kids. Not that y'all know of. I'll never let y'all see my wife. Damn, that dude's healing like crazy. He says face oblivion. I know you mad. 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 Oh shit.
I copied the wrong person.
Salak doesn't know him? Fuck is that supposed to mean? We can't mute con. I can just mute him. I don't know if you remember me, but I couldn't play Rivals because my laptop didn't have DirectX 12 or something. I figured out how to play yesterday. I just use GeForce now. Oh, isn't GeForce now depending on your internet though? You better have good internet if you're gonna do that.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
Get that vehicle moving again. Only 60 seconds left.
This shit depends on your internet because it like casts your computer from one of their computers or some shit to play it. Isn't there like latency or something on that thing too? Think of it as like using like Parsec, but with like one of their computers to play video games. So it depends on your internet. God, this fucking Daredevil won't leave me alone, bro. Jesus Christ. Like, you're not killing me. Give it up, bro.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Oh, great. Oh my god, these fucking squids are shooting me while I'm fighting a fucking Daredevil. He's getting healed like crazy too.
The current score is 2-2.
He finally killed me, yeah.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Oh man. Oh, today's Cozy's birthday. Oh, cool. Love you, Cozy. we lose, I'm putting you in another video.
Perfect harmony.
Oh, you're that guy. That video do well or what?
Out of sight. Step aside.
I had to mute you in game though. I'm sorry, but it is what it is.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Someone goes on? No.
Strong.
Wait, I don't know if you can put me in another video when you're doing the worst on the team.
My blade.
I don't think you can do that. I don't think that's how it works.
Psionic energy. The full power of my mind.
I don't think that's how that works, man.
That's exactly the point.
The comments gonna turn on you.
4, 3, 2.
It's all love. Nah, I mean, yeah, but they wouldn't know that. The comment section won't know that though.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Why am I playing main? Yo, we need a front line. Yeah, that guy is, yeah. Yeah, we need a second tank. We have a hood off angling. There's just no way we do this for our front line.
Strangely monsters. Our foe is here. Farewell.
Jesus Christ, this guy won't leave me the fuck alone.
The enemy has arrived. Get the light.
Both of these assholes can see me through walls. Like, okay.
What a difference.
Yeah, I'm gonna die and switch characters.
How sad. Sayonara. Farewell. Shine with me. Out of sight.
Was that smart? Why would you do that?
You lose, demon.
Why does he think? Nah, Jiggy, no. You need to be banned. You don't show your face around here, Jiggy. You're not allowed to be here. You're not allowed to be here. You not. I told you, you're not allowed on my block unless you got the damn cookies. You're not here. You're not allowed to be here.
Shine with me.
Why are you here? Why are you here, Jiggy? If you show up empty-handed, you are not allowed to be here. I don't see no payment. You ain't let me pay. I said I was ready.
Us against the world.
You're not allowed to be here empty-handed. I'm eating them right now. Yo, I'm gonna ban you. Yo. It's fucking crazy, bro. This is fucking crazy, bro.
That's 3.
I told you, don't show up here empty-handed.
Wow, 4 in a row.
I didn't let you. Nah, you ain't let me pay.
Down to 30 seconds.
The vid is my second most viewed video on my channel. It did good for me. I bet. Is that a thing?
Shine with me.
You get away with it. You get away with it. You get away.
Final 10 seconds. He stops it in their tracks. Double KO. That's 3. Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Suffer for sayonara. You're mine.
W.
Final score. 2-2.
My damn Celestial back. Bro's words were, guess we'll wait. Yeah, because you wasn't seriously about it. You can show the DMs. You wasn't about it. I was trying to put money in your pocket. You wasn't about it. And I called your ass up. I was like, this looks kind of fake anyway. Where the snickerdoodle at? And you say, oh, snickerdoodle's easy. If it's easy, why it ain't on there? Put in mad orders, cap. It's not my order, so that shit don't matter. That's your problem? Nah, bruh, that's crazy. She be faking it, bruh. Chat. Tell me about this whole time. She made... Oh, I gotta be careful scrolling your page. Hold on. Yeah, alright, bro. What is this more? Yeah. Okay. Found it. Anyways. Why she made cookies this whole time? She don't want to say nothing. She don't want to say nothing this whole time. Nothing wrong with my page. There's definitely something wrong with your page. She don't want to say nothing this whole time. I had to find out through Twitter she made cookies and she ain't say a word. She ain't say a word. So I told you don't show up empty-handed. And you pull up, you had the audacity to pull up in here with no cookies. The website is in processing. Yeah, she don't want no money. She ain't about it. She ain't about it. Trying to put money in her pocket. She ain't about it. She ain't about it. She don't really want money like that. It all makes sense. She don't want money like that, bro. Ooh, drops. All right, let me see which account I could get on for this. Which one is Senpai? Pay first. I was down. I literally was down, and then you wasn't really about it. So I'm like, okay, I guess we'll wait. She don't want money for real. DM me where to put my shit, and I'll send it. You ain't send me shit. You clearly not about it. I'll pull up on you. Hold on, don't play with me. I'll pull up on you. Only like 2 hours away. I'll pull up on you. Get the cookies. I'll rob your shit. I will pull up on you, rob your shit, take all of it. I'll take everything. I'll take the ingredients. I'll take all of it. I'll show you hungry. Oh, yeah. I told her what I wanted. Know what she did? She called me Big Back. She made fun of her damn customers. She called me Big Back. Like, what the fuck? It wasn't even for me. What's some damn Big Back? I don't even remember what I said. I wanted like 3 of each or some shit. And she said, damn, Big Back. Like, what the fuck? I'm telling you, she don't really want money for real. I'm telling you, she don't really want money. Who the fuck does that? I think it's this account. I'm missing an account. Found it. She don't really want money for real, bro. She not really about it. Email? Bro, what? Put my phone up. Actually, before I do this, I have this sponsor I gotta do. I'm not rich, that's me. Ain't nobody rich in here. I have a sponsor I have to do anyway. Because I'm about the money, not unlike you. Anyways, wait, I gotta put my auto mod thingy. You got bakery money. Bakery money. Bakeries are expensive, aren't they? Some bakery money. What the hell? That's the money bags. Ain't nobody rich. Until I buy my house, I'm not rich. And then after I buy my house, I'm gonna be broke. So I'm also just still not rich again. So I don't want to hear shit. Okay. Anyways, what I do want to hear is that this stream is sponsored by HBO Max. They want me to take a look at this Green Lantern show, movie, something like that. Let's take a look. It's one of them. Let me get the link. Open my rivals up first though. I'm probably gonna have to use shaders. Might troll me and do shaders again. The Green Lantern movie, I think, or is it? It's one of them. I'm not too sure. Yo, big shout out to HBO for sponsoring this stream though. It's gotta be a show since HBO, no? Oh,
it's time to get up, Junior.
Hey, what a quality of little. There you go. This comes out next month.
So, you're a space cop.
No, I'm just being trained. All right, new lesson. Take the ring. You fly.
Just fly.
I'm sorry. Fly, please.
Bruh.
What's that?
Bro looks AI. How does he look AI? What does that even mean? Y'all about to start calling people AI now?
What do you think is going on?
It's no accident we're here.
Damn, laid out.
These victims are gonna end up being alien.
Based on what?
I have a feeling.
He has a feeling.
I think this is more than just a feeling.
This is a threat no one's ever seen before.
Oh.
What do you know about manhunters?
Where'd you hear that word?
Manhunters.
Manhunters are the most dangerous beings to ever exist in the galaxy.
The hell?
They could take the form of any species.
Oh.
So it could be anyone.
He's gonna send an army to put you down.
The hell? Oh, that's sick.
Pal Jordan.
The ring's always been mine. Jordan's just keeping it warm.
Sinestro.
Oh, snap! I got Sinestro.
You don't really believe he's your backup, do you, Hal?
No.
Let's say what he actually is.
My replacement.
This is pretty sick.
In
Worst
brightest
Green
day,
Lantern ever, Sinestro.
in blackest night. And a weird
Gardner.
escape my sight. Let those
Sinestro wasn't a Green Goblin. Wasn't he yellow or something? I forgot.
Where my power. Green Lantern's light.
Damn.
How about a beer?
That's pretty sick. Shit, I wish I had a ring. Know what I would do with a Green Lantern ring, bro? I go crazy. I get active. So that shows a Green Lantern, but he left and made up the Yellow Corp. I'd rob banks. Okay, hold on, slow down. What the? But anyways, yeah, big shout out to HBO for sponsoring this stream. They like that. They like to actually get to the money, unlike Jiggy. But yeah, this is a new series following the recruit of Jew Stewart and Lantern legend Hal Jordan. The two intergalactic cops drawn into the dark Earth-based mystery with comics. With cosmic ties to investigate a murder in the American heartland. Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah, depression getting unmodded. Let's go. What did I play on this account with last? Say Jam?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Hood on, guns out.
I'm gonna let that guy take my hood. I'm on this account for one reason. And one reason only. That shit will be mine.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Can't let him have it. Who do we ban? Who would Hood not want to fight? Thing, I guess. I mean, I could fry that guy, but it would be a little bit annoying, I guess. Is Magneto? Who'd fuck up my ult? Well, Punisher would fry my shit. Because you can't get healed in your ult and you can die in your ult, which is so silly. That's so silly. I'm trying to think.
The right heroes could
Shit's
make all
mine.
the difference. They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Jubilation? I'm glad to see you alive and well. We have been concerned.
Go ahead, Mags. I know
Give me a
this is the
second.
part where you lecture me for signing up with Apocalypse.
I shall do no such thing. You are free to make your own choices. You're a grown woman after all.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's go. Ah, fuck. Oh man. You cancel your ult to get fully healed again? Can you? Wait, what the fuck? That wasn't like that on test server. I wasn't tripping. Oh, I forgot to use my wall. I can't see shit. I can't see shit. Oh yeah, it's hoodie season. I like how the hood still shows when he goes invisible. That shit's pretty sick. It's pretty cool. Yeah, that doesn't really make too much sense, but still. Is the hood part of your main lineup? For tank, yes. This guy is fun as shit. You get him rid of me that easily. What the fuck? I'm tripping. No! Could have ulted, but I don't want to ult right there. I don't want to ult right there.
Just started my climb. Ain't stopping yet.
Well, I don't think anyone in this team could fry me out of my ult. It's actually good for me. Oh, touch. No, that guy's dead. Yo soy el final.
Only 60 seconds left. You stop them in their tracks.
Your power's low.
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh, I'm not fighting this guy, so waste my time. But there's somebody else. What the fuck? You're crazy. Why the fuck would he do that?
The final 10 seconds.
Okay. Can I answer the portal so I can take damage from that, please? Loser. Loser. No, come back. We wanna fight, right? I'll show you what these guns could do. Whoa. I'm playing this dude like a DPS. I do not play tank. I am not playing tank. Frontline? Fuck that. I want them kills. I want them kills. Fuck that shit. It's GOAT's meta. It's GOAT's meta time. Let's go. Put this out? Yeah. You want to get on one? Want to play?
Time to switch things up.
You want to play one? We can play.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Are we on today?
Let's go.
What the hell? Ooh, you got a date? You got a date? Oh shit.
This is the last one.
Oh shit, Wani got a date? Can I guess who? Can I guess who, Wani? Can I guess who? You gotta be stopped. I didn't say nothing. I didn't say anything. Can I guess who? It's a simple thing. We getting the leftovers. And we the second choice, chat. That's crazy.
30 seconds before
We the
you
second
attack.
choice. That's
Get
fucking
ready.
crazy. Oops, wrong button. We the second choice. That's
I
crazy.
feel like you're a kindred spirit. You're a dancer, like me.
Well, I dance ballet.
Not really the same.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Tanking. Well, I say JC, they should have raid in the 30 months. Appreciate it. Wait, does the anti effect show on the wall yet? They ever fix that, chat? Or what? Or is it still just not show? I think it's only on the Moon Knight team though. Oh wait, it doesn't even show on the C one as well. It's on both actually. It's on both team ups. It still doesn't show? What the fuck? That's weird. Yeah, I don't know why I kept saying, before I got on, I kept seeing people on Twitter saying Hood does no fucking damage. I'm like, what? Y'all are drunk. This guy does fuckloads of damage. Y'all are tripping. Motherfuckers cannot aim. Y'all motherfuckers can't aim or something. I don't know. I don't think they buffed him. No, he feels the exact same to me. They swear he's a tank, bro. Okay, this character feels like he was supposed to be DPS, and then like halfway through they just changed him to tank. That's how I feel about him. Cause this dude does not feel like a tank. I just feel like I'm playing a tank with 550 health, or whatever the fuck amount of health she has. Bro, he has. He does no damage if you can't track. I can feel that. This dude do silly damage. Tank players have raided the office. Now that BP short is hilarious. Cause some people in the comment section do think I play BP. Oh no. Oh whoops. That shit's funny. That's pretty funny though. If you can't track, you can't track and you're cooked. I mean, it is what it is, bro. This is the Moon Knight team of this match. Oh, does anyone try Moon Knight buffs? Or people don't care about Moon Knight still? People still playing on Elsa, Bucky, Hela, Phoenix.
Which hero do you
I think
think
people care about Moon Knight. Or Cyclops even. They're playing Cyclops. Probably.
Hood on, guns out, let's go.
Hood on, guns out, let's go.
now?
Play Moon Knight? Damn, that shit's still a joke, my bad.
This match.
Cyclops is good. Is he now? It's good there. My fucking headphones keep coming to my ear. The Hood got aura. He does indeed.
Thinking, team.
Ban the thing, fuck
Black
thing.
Cat, Elsa. I like the thing ban. I'm a fan of that.
When does Bob come out in Tekken? Shouldn't he have been out already? Oh, August 19th, never mind. Cyclops ban is wild. That's wild behavior.
What about Elsa?
Let's ban that also. Yickety yak.
Pick your hero or villain.
No, you're not doing this. No, we can't do this. I hovered him first.
Hovered schmovered.
Team up. You're a fraud. You didn't even have the Moon Knight team up equipped before. You're a fraud.
Okay, I'll switch to the other one.
No.
Like, what the fuck?
Come on, man. Come on. Are you even Puerto Rican?
Yep.
You are so
Yo,
light.
I don't want to play with someone leaving the hood journey.
He said you are so white. What?
I feel like an idiot. He's been MVP every single game with the hood. Please, bro.
Same.
That's right, I'll play Rogue.
Same.
30 seconds before you attack.
Man say you are so white. I'm crying, bro.
I think the Moon Knight team was better though. This year.
Sure.
Bro say you are so white. I'm crying.
That's your experience, Ben.
Your name is literally Rogue.
From the hood, bro. Let me cook.
What team do you think is better?
This is his first game. He's figuring it out and he goes.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
The stream? What about the stream? The stream started lagging or something? Yo, Andrew, thanks for the 22. What are you up to, bro? I better see that Tokon stream tonight. We're gonna have some problems. I better see that Tokon stream tonight. You just got home? So late, damn. Why you home so late? We got Tokon to play, bro. We're rivals. We are a slave to Marvel. All we play is Marvel games now. Get with the times, dude. All we play is Marvel now. You gotta get with the times, dude. Lock in. Play some Magic. Magic is sick. Yeah, Loki lamps are cancer. Hell no. What's wrong with Magic? You can't handle that?
You're kidding me.
Yo soy el final.
He can't touch.
Yo soy el final. What did you say? What's wrong with the hood?
If Khonshu wants to give me his blessing, I ain't gonna complain.
Guys, I
Oh, it's my
promise I'm
Loki.
doing a lot.
Wait, no, I said Magic. I said Magic and Tokon. Why don't you just play Magic?
Get ready.
Can't play Magic?
I hear you got a thing for the bad boys, hey chica?
I got a thing for my husband. Sure, Remy may be a thief,
but he's got a
Young
million
man.
times the class that you do, Parker.
You too.
Who needs class
Can be
when
a
you got
true
power
hero.
like mine? Go on. You know you want to touch me?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh shit, the match.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Why would I play Magic? Why would you not play Magic?
You can call me the Hood.
It's Magic. It's Magic. You don't got Magic. What's up, Dauntless? Loki is so hard. Wait, in Tokon or this game? Loki is sick in Tokon. That shit is crazy. Put in pain yesterday with him. I'm so used to her uppercutting me and doing so much damage. Seeing her uppercut me and it does like no fucking damage is pretty funny. Where the fuck? Man, 98. What's up, Marvino? Not playing that either. My bad. Blonde hair, blue eyes. I wouldn't play her. Damn, you don't like nothing. What do you like then?
No, I.
The fuck? I am dead. Oh, I'm not dead. I have a shield. Oh, I am dead. I don't know if my team didn't push up with me.
Been hit harder than that and got back up.
Yeah, I keep forgetting you gotta hold the shield, not tap it. Oh, survive that, held it. Okay, if you don't like nothing in Tokon, when are you gonna play some rivals with us? We're gonna play some rivals then, bruh.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
You gonna do spend the rest of your day playing Avatar, bruh? Get you on some games, bruh. Why would you play rivals? Why would you not play rivals? Damn, dude, just say you hate us, bruh. It's all good. It's all good. Oh shit, what the fuck is that? That's crazy, bruh. It's all good. I prefer Overwatch. Overwatch isn't a real game, bruh. Overwatch isn't a real game, bruh. All we know is rivals, bro.
For the carry, by the way.
Oh wow. That's crazy. Damn, we're never gonna play no games with our good friend Huntress again. This is so sad. Wait, I have an idea. I have a game. It's called we invited you. You didn't respond. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. What are you talking about, bro? You lost your mind, bro. You don't deserve that GM title. What's that supposed to mean? Wait, does this count as GM? What the fuck? This count is not supposed to be GM. Yeah, this count's not supposed to be GM.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Ugh. Mr. Nasu became Celestial. Do any tips for Blade? I'm trying to get a diamond and player. I did a Blade guy. You should go watch it. Yeah, you guys should wait. I need a bad Mantis. I don't want to fight Mantis, bro. Ban Mantis. That character's Thanos. Fuck Mantis, bro. All my homies hate Mantis. Five L, 5M, 2H. Cancel. Medium, heavy, heavy assist.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Wait, what? 5L, 5M, 2H, jump cancel, medium. Fuck, he took my hood. Put down. Assist. 3 assists, 2 of them mess up. Oh, this is magic. Why are we hating the goated bug lady? That lady is fucking Thanos. What the fuck? So why are we hating the bug lady? That lady is broken.
Round 1, go! They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
You and me are both one of the diamond. Gotta fly, Daywalker.
I'm gonna go watch the guide eyes here, dude.
Don't worry, big fella. I ain't about to let either of us go extinct.
DC Cloud Rivals, please no.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area. Logan trained me for day 1.
Fuck. Man, she got a dummy fast. Got 3 tanks. I got headshotted. Whoa. Why does that sound like that? What? That sounds way different when I use them. Holy shit. That shit sounds loud as hell. The Dicko sponsored. Ew. Yeah, this character still sucks, I fear. I fear this character still sucks. Oh, fuck that.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
What the fuck?
Better stop that vehicle.
I should play Tokon now. So we're gonna get back on Rebels later. I should probably play Tokon now. Nah, whatever.
Ready to put on a show.
We're gonna do customs tonight, chat. Whoa. That does so much damage now. Holy fuck. That last chomp shreds. And that dino buff is crazy. That shit does so much damage now. But we do not need a DC collateral rivals. That'd be hell. I'm dead. Am I dead? Oh my god, why do you keep ulting after I die? Cloak, can you please ult before I die? Please, I beg. Please do it before I die, bro. Holy. I tried. Yeah, you just did it twice where you're hesitating. Just send it, bro. If I'm about to die, just send it. It's the second time he done this. Please don't do it third time, bro. Please. Just send that shit. If I'm about to die, just send that shit. I'm dead as fuck.
I am ready to put on a show.
Still got an edge? That motherfucker's edge was ass. What? Oh, that buff to the F helps his ult a lot. You can kill people stupid fast. Yeah, they basically, instead of giving him his tankiness back, they upped his damage. Instead of making him like unkillable again. Which is more healthier for the character. That ass. Whoa. Oh, we're not on 3 tanks anymore? Team's cowards. I have a team full of cowards. Oh my god, that shit is annoying. I had to check and make sure that cloak at all. Did you ever get Luke to master? Yeah, we did that ages ago. I think I did a video. Pretty sure I did. Speaking of master, I gotta edit the Yasmin to master, don't I? I didn't edit Yasmin to master yet. Yes, Par got you. Yes, Par, you got us.
Face oblivion.
Fuck.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
For free. I should kill you is crazy.
Better stop that vehicle. Don't answer it. What's this? An ox? Only 60 seconds left.
Yo, this all is ass. How the fuck? Oh, I'm playing Moon Knight. Oh, hell no. I even peep. I'm playing fucking Moon Knight. Oh, hell no. Fuck that shit.
Down to 30 seconds.
Are bonds even still on this account? I think they are. Oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me. Get over here, Cloak! Fuck! I'm not in this economy. How are they not dying? We were still talking about Cloak. How are they not dying? They should have been getting fried there, no? God, bro. Jesus.
2.
That was too close.
Time to switch things up, including which
Way too close, in fact. I don't see him as DPS. I don't see what is DPS. Let me sponsor. Indeed. Let me sponsor, indeed. Big shout out to HBO for sponsoring this and putting money in my pocket. Yes, sir.
Once an Avenger,
Oops, didn't switch to that. Should look at that thing. That thing. Show them that thing. Hold on. Oh wow, okay, team's already selected. Switch this real quick. There you go. Nightcrawler as a support.
30 seconds before you attack.
He could be. Kidnap people and heal. Could be.
It will take more than light to solve our problems.
And the God Butcher would be what? DPS. I'd rather the God Butcher be Tang. We get 2 tank season.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Nag for the penny.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Jesus Christ, that guy got fried. Think we get destroyed? Bro, you ain't know about that thing, bro. Show him what that thing can do. Man, let me show him what that thing can do. That guy definitely should have died. What the fuck? This is ours? Oh, this is ours. Nice, she got all really fast. Holy shit, I got fried. I actually got to switch. Another Moon Knight. Oh, God.
I feel a familiar chaos in the air.
Here's an arc. Moon Knight must be close.
My daughter's blessing! I feel like myself again.
Can I see all bars on this account? Okay, I can.
This is real firepower! Yo soy el final!
You need not fear. Do not expect me to do that again. Your attacks are futile. Here they are now. Miniature metal spiders.
Targeted for extermination.
Us against the world!
Oh, I don't have all yet.
Double KO!
The fuck? Nice. I'm familiar with shoot. Oh fuck, hold on.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, that guy's dead. Fear Magneto. You still need a tank, Jay? No, I'm just playing random ass characters on this account. Well, I'm supposed to be playing the hood, but this guy took my hood. I'm probably about to get on Tokon, so, and then I'll get back on Rivals later, because we're gonna do customs later. Pull me?
I feel like myself again. You cannot hurt me.
Oh shit. Okay, that motherfucker's too tanky. Oh wait, he breaks shields.
I am ready to put on a show!
Damn, I just gave my bubble away. Bad timing.
Central Park?
Literal worst timing ever for that guy to ult.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I feel like myself again. Chaos Blade! You cannot hurt me.
He said, really? Yes, motherfucker, you're playing Bucky. Eat a dick. They're gonna let these Bucky players play the game. Those said, really? Yes. Fuck you. Lame man just push me off the fucking map. Can you not hide includes pay promotion on Twitch banner? I don't think so, no. I mean, it'll go away once the spawn's over. That was easy.
Final score 3-2-2.
Why am I catching strays? Sorry, but it is what it is. Yo, I had 17 finals. Yo, Bucky busted. Hold on. I'm not Bucky. Magneto busted. Magneto kind of busted, no? Magneto kind of busted, bro. Hold on. Let me find out. It's time to ban Magneto. Let me find out it's time to ban Magneto. Okay, I'm gonna get on Tokon for now. Like an hour or two, and then we're gonna get back on Rebels. Because we're gonna do customs later. They found color 7. People finally found. Oh shit! You have to finish all 100 levels of survival. Shit, I think we should go do that. 100 levels of survival mode. Shit, I'm down. 100 levels of survival mode. Bet. Let's do that right now, actually. $100 levels of survival mode, and that also unlocks hard mode. How long is it going to take me to do that? How long will that take? Well, time to find out, I guess. Time to find out how long this will take. Better be less than 2 hours. Let's see. I gotta wait for the game to open. Oh, I haven't even got to try out the other game modes. There's so many game modes in this game I haven't even got to try out.
Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls.
Oh, I should probably put the chat box back on for vertical, huh? There we go. Okay, 100 levels of survival. Where do you do survival mode? Here it is. Challenge yourself to different arena courses or fight to your limit in survival. So to get colors 7 on every character, I have to get a level 100. Oh shit, that sounds pretty hype. That sounds pretty fun to do. About survival. In survival, you go up against a series of opponents with your vital gauge carrying over between battles. Enhanced bosses appear throughout. You can save your progress after defeating the bosses, though. You may be rewarded technical bonuses based on your battle results. Obtaining technical bonuses will get you bonus effects that give you upper hand in battle. Aim for a high score. Level 100, right?
Select your character.
Shit. This sounds fun. Where's my registered team at? Why is it not here? Whatever. Ooh boy. Let's see how this goes. Do I do Magneto or Magic in the back?
Magneto.
Black Mag? Nah, I like the default. Where's Magic? I like the purple Magic. Level 100. I have to get to level 100 for color 7. See how this goes.
In the orange corner.
No warm up, no nothing. Just straight to survival mode. Let's see if I hope I can do this first try.
In the blue
Who's that? Oh, it's Magneto. Magneto, Loki, Magic, Wolf. It's free.
Brace yourself. Round 1. Bonus. Not yet.
Bonus. Oh, why is my game lagging? Hold on. Well, my game is lagging. Okay, we're good. Yo, is it gonna keep spamming bonus, bonus, bonus every 2 seconds? That was easy. How many rounds is it? 2. Oh.
The power of Jotunheim. That was nearly the
Okay.
Your hubris ends.
Is this the final round? Yeah, well, if I win. Fuck, that doesn't reach. Okay.
How does it feel to be trapped in my plan?
Is that it? Huh? Wait. Wait, how does this work? Oh, we're done. 4 rounds? I have to do current KO count. Okay. I got EXP. Cool. One round for each character is bonkers, bro. What am I trying to do? First try? Okay, so I'm doing survival mode. To get costume 4, people finally found out that you have to get... Well, I mean, to get color 7, you gotta finish 100 levels of survival mode. And then it'll unlock it for every character. And I want color 7. So let's do it. That's what I'm doing right now. Attack. Projectile damage is higher? Okay.
Brace yourself. Final round.
Boss! I guess there's no reason to break the wall because... There's no reason to break the wall because I already have all my characters, no? Oh, that was easy. Is that 2?
Select soul.
Oh, what is this? Obtaining support souls. You obtain support souls upon defeating bosses. Support souls prop your battle characters. Obtaining the same support soul again results in even stronger power up. Assist damage, lightning damage, projectile damage, ultimate skill. Let's get all damage. Is that it? That's all I can get. Cool. Next battle. Current KO count 5. So I need to kill 100 people, or like I don't know. It's a lot. I think.
Asgard is with you. I see the move.
What's up, Ninja? Perfect. Doing this with champion was really easy. I bet. What am I doing? What the fuck?
Asgard is with you.
A wise decision.
Give thanks to me.
Perfect.
Okay. So I need 100 KOs. Unless I'm misunderstanding what they meant.
You need my help. There's no escape.
Oops.
Metallic might.
Shrapnel spike.
Perfect.
Clue.
Round 4.
I'm your master now.
Give thanks to me.
I'm coming to steal your
I don't know how to.
I shall rain my righteous fury upon you.
Ah, whatever. I don't know how to combo consistently with Magneto solo. I know how to extend, but I don't know how to combo solo. I need solo Magneto combos. What does the color 7 look like again? This. I closed it. Whoops. That's like black and yellow, I think, or like black and orange. Well, it's different on each character. What's his name? Iron Man's is that. I think Magic's is pink, I think, or something like that. Everyone has different color. Everyone's color 7 is different. I heard Magic's is pink though. Hulk. So I'm assuming I need 100 KOs. Oh shit, I don't want to take a lot of damage. What? Oh wait, whoops. I did the wrong assist. I have to do the down assist. Because they actually made it, I think they finally made it to where assists do different damage now. Or what the hell is this? Maya's vitality, but I get more technical. Oh hell no, I'm not picking that. Heavy version of all skill does more damage. Attack power counter. With the heavy damage. Aerial jump, aerial dash count. Oh, I can dash twice in the air. Projectile. Shit, I want that. Sounds pretty good. So every 5 KOs, you fight a current KO count? 10. Okay, yeah. I think every 5, yeah, you fight a boss. So I gotta get to 100. Okay. So those are my stats at the top left. Okay, this ain't hard. I mean, it's gonna get harder, of course, it's survival, but
Let's have at them, Blitz. No mercy.
I keep forgetting that I don't need to break the wall.
No mercy. Gotcha. Gotcha. I see the move.
Perfect.
I don't gotta break the wall because I mean there's no reason for me to. Oh shit, I can dash twice.
Give thanks. Gotcha. Here's my aim. Withstand this. You are outmatched. You cannot resist.
Forgot that wall breaks. Whoops.
I'm coming. Steel yourself. Asgard is with you. Steel yourself.
Those groans are crazy. Oh, what? What is the timing of that? The timing of that is so weird because I can't see the enemy.
You have underestimated me. That was a critical and foolish error. And it shall be the last one you ever make. Learned your fate yet? I arrive.
Dude, Magneto's so cool in this game. Smurf Hulk? I guess that is supposed to be like a Smurf Hulk, yeah. Damn, why did the Hulk feel tankier?
There's no escape. Give thanks. I warned you. I won't get away with this.
Oops.
I arrive with a move.
Oops. 14. Oh, that's 15, right? Wait, no, that's 14. It's 4. Fuck. God damn it. Wait, so this one should be 15. This boss. This should be a boss. This is the 15 one, right? Shuri? Okay. Wakanda Royals.
Brace yourself. Final round.
Oh, I keep forgetting this. I don't have to break the wall.
I see the move. Decision.
Oops. Oh, what? How did that not combo? Okay. Winner. So yeah, after every match, technically, because it'll be 4 and then it'll be one more and then yeah. What the hell? Fire attack power, ultimate skill power. Let's get more ultimate skill power. Oh, that upgrades it. Oh, nice. That's my soul deck. So the H version of my skills do more damage, 20% more. Oh, this is gonna speed up because I'm about to start doing crazy damage then, no? As long as I pick the right cards. Okay, that's pretty good because eventually, well, I don't know what it will cap at, but so my heavy skills are gonna do a fuckload of damage. They do 20% more damage, so I should be spamming heavies. Got it. Oh, I forgot I gotta do forward heavy. I didn't call my assistant. Love the JoJo reference to Deadpool's finisher. I didn't get to try Carnage in Deadpool enough yesterday, obviously. I'm gonna try every character. Game just came out.
One does not cross a frost sight. Power of the gods.
And then Ebony's deals. What was that like? Yeah.
Ends predictably.
I definitely want to give Carnage another chance. I don't think I got the track Carnage up. I'm gonna switch to the Twitch. I appreciate it, dude. You don't have to do that though. I was using the other version. Whoops.
And so we approach the
Didn't Deadpool have a star reference? Yes. That doesn't work.
is a ruse. Perfect. Probably.
Winner. Player 1.
Okay. You're clean out. Thanks, dude. Boss time. Captain America. It's free. It's free. It's free.
Final round.
Let's have at them, then. Getting started.
Why is that not comboing? That should be comboing. What? What the hell? What the? What is wrong with this cap? Nice. That's 20.
Select soul.
Okay. Movement speed 30%. Ooh. I should be going for damage so I can speed this up, shouldn't I? Defensive power, skill H. Defensive power. What does that even mean? Vince, are you doing giveaways for your game? Not right now, I'm not. I'm trying to get an extra copy from Arxis to let me give away. Strike. What is defensive power? So I take less damage from that, I guess. Vital gauge 5%. I don't think I want any of these. Continue. It's nice that you can exit if you want to like stop for now and then continue later, you know. That's pretty cool. So you're not just stuck doing this. Gotta be kind of like cooked if you were just stuck doing this. Could draw again. I didn't think I had anything you used to draw with. Oops. Oh, whoops, wrong button. I was trying to do a different combo.
Life has a certain comedy, like now.
Like now. I want to practice my magic combos.
Here's my aim. Incredible.
Oops.
Round 3.
Nine's voice from BlazBlue. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Get him, Sharky tendril dragon thingies. Holy shit, that did so much damage.
You need my help. Magic. Not working.
Perfect.
Stand back.
Practice my Magneto.
Steel yourself. This is my power. Metallic might. I arrive. I warned you.
Yeah, you off Rivals already? I'm gonna get back on Rivals later. We're gonna get back on Rivals later. I didn't want to play Tokon on this stream though. We were playing both, so.
Brace yourself. Final round.
It's no use. Ready? Get back.
Oops.
Here's my aim.
That combo does so much damage. I did that one Demon Slayer fighting game. Oh, the game mode. Yeah, this is probably. I'm trying to make this as quick as possible so we can go play ranked or something. Assist, strike. Strike? The fuck is strike mean? Which one is this gonna replace? Any normal? Gotta swap that one out, I guess. Ooh, another Magneto one. 25% now, nice. I'm just going for damage so we can speed this up. His relationship with Rivals over? Not true. Rivals is still my main game.
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight. Bonus. Let's have at them.
Oh, what? Why'd I drop? I think I had to do nah, whatever, it's fine. Oops. I did minigun. Give me DP though.
Round two. I see the move. No mercy.
Ooh. I ain't never did that route before. Well, now good that route is. Oh, how good that route is. A minigun extension
Say thanks.
into another minigun. Well, Uzi extension to another Uzi.
Let's have at them, play.
Feel nothing.
Block is tough. Yeah. Oops. Oh, it's with the exit, right?
A wise decision. For the future of you,
Well, winner.
Well. 29. Okay. 30% there. Well, 29, but it's almost there. It's a lot of matches you gotta play. But I can feel it speeding up since my damage is getting higher. But at the same time, it could technically be getting slower because they're getting tankier. Whoa. What the fuck? Get over here. This kid. Oh, I forgot that doesn't combo mid-screen. Oh, I gotta actually be careful. What the fuck? I lost so much health from okay. That's pretty scary. I actually lost a lot of health there. Oh, I gained a lot though. 20% ult. So I gotta be spamming ults. My ults do 20% more damage. Okay, I'm gonna ult like every combo then.
Brace yourself. Round one. I see the move.
here's my aim.
What the fuck?
One does not cross.
That did do a lot. That did do a lot of damage.
Life has a certain
Man, Loki is stupid fast in this game. This is what I like to see. That's the Loki I know. That Smite Loki. None of that rival shit.
You have nowhere left to run.
This is the Loki I know.
Mutants shall inherit the earth.
round three.
I'm your master now.
When are you supposed to use shrapnel spike mid combo? I have no clue.
Ineffective. Found you, shrapnel spike. This is mine.
That was pretty sick.
The end is near.
The end is near. The metal is in the air. You can't mod the game, yeah. This shit's locked down, yeah, tight. Until someone figures it out, no. Nope. No modding. Oh my god. Penny boss? Ooh.
Brace yourself. Final round.
Oh shit. We low so far? I'm at 34. Get over here. Bro, that should be breaking combos. Blade is so buns. Buff Blade.
Winner. Player 1.
Buff blade.
Select soul.
Projectile, initial. I don't want none of this. Additional technical bonus. Blade is buttons in any game? Correct. Buff blade, buff blade, buff blade. Is that tournament over?
Led by Blade. This team's got some serious power.
It's probably over by now.
Enter Nocturnal.
It's gotta be over because why the...
Exiles. Led by Captain America. They're here to try for the trophy. Enter Super Soldier Avengers.
Maybe it's not.
Last, the Titans clash. Which side will stand as humanity's last hope?
Winners top 5. Where's the bracket at? Hogwarts K7. Yeah, what do we got here? Cloud versus Fidel. And Cloud 2-0. Cloud in top 8. Starphone. Yep, this is going about how I'd expect it. Yep, this is just how I'd expect it, I'd say. Yep, sounds about right. Yeah, buff blade. Oops. Why'd I do that? I should have switched. Freedom charge. Still crazy to me how Tokon hasn't added a Kuma yet. What in tarnation? Loki fire in this game? He is. Loki hella fire in this game. Oh, I could have done that differently. Holy shit, can you stand still? Can you stand still?
How does it feel to be trapped in my body?
Oh wait, you can't do that combo mid-screen. Let me at the corner. Whoa. He's proving anything to be saucy. I mean, Loki is perfect for a fighting game. He's mixed. They could have made him annoying and technical and shit. Instead, he just rushed down mixed monster. Well, he is technical when it comes to the traps and shit, but you don't even need that shit. Oh yeah, I want to do a theme tier list. Probably do that next stream. Penny's an F tier? Penny's theme? Oh fuck. Well, I gotta chill out before I fucking loot. Oh no. Ooh, that was too close. I lost so much health. Okay, these bosses are almost killing me. I gotta chill out.
Player 1. Select soul.
Vitality bonus upon KO. Maybe I get this. Shit, I'm about to get this. Take my movement speed away. I need that sustain. Infrared themes are random. My themes are still set to random. They played pennies 3 times in a row.
Brace yourself.
Let's have at them, play. Give thanks to
Here's my aid.
Oh fuck. What? That's crazy. Oh, look at that health bonus. Oh, that shit is broken. What? Okay, yeah, that shit's got to be really good in this game mode. What?
I see the moon. Let's have at them, play.
Let me do that. How are the extra modes in this? They seem pretty good. I haven't tried the little Fall Guys mode, and there's like some other thing. I don't know. There's a lot of different ones. Tekken copy. Whew, okay. You said this is a Tekken copy? This is a Tekken copy? The fuck? Who you think you are? Doing some Spidey sense. Boy, if you don't sit your ass down. If you don't sit your ass down. Some damn Spidey sense. I'll slow your Spidey sense.
Brace yourself. Final round. Fight.
What the fuck?
I see the moon.
A wise decision.
Give thanks to what's next?
Nope, that guy's gone. Hell. I think you forgot how this chat works.
You call yourself magic?
Winner. Player 1.
I think you forgot how this chat works, bro. I can't save you. Wait, it won't give me any more power, so it'll give me defense power at full vital? Okay. They ganging up on me? I mean, you're not even supposed to be talking right now, so you should have been shot already. I don't know why they haven't timed you yet.
Our next matchup in the
I can't save you, man. I'm sorry.
tournament is led by Blade.
You better hope somebody saves you. Or you can just go to YouTube chat. I don't know if this is Marvel Rivals gang. I don't know if you know how to read a stream title properly.
Here's my aim.
Not today. Going out. It's no use.
I can't save you, man. Nah, I can't read. Sorry. Oh, okay, my bad. My bad.
Round 2. Fight.
I see the move. Play.
Ooh.
Let's have at them, play.
Yeah, it's too high.
Perfect.
Not dead. Say thanks.
I was going to ask if I was back in season 5. Should I come back? Yes. Oops, that is not the right button.
Give thanks. Do it.
Here's my aim.
Perfect.
Perfect.
All over for you.
All over for you. All right, we're about to be at 50. Whoa.
Let's have at them, play.
No mercy. Halfway. Whew. It's a workout, I'll tell you that. This is a workout for your fingers. This is a workout for your fingers. If you somehow lose at 99, you have to start over? I think so, yeah. Nah, that'd be so sad, bro. Losing at 99 would be crazy, bro. Oh my god, don't say that. Yo, can you get over here? Boomerang. Fuck. That shit makes me. I didn't mean to do that. Yo, Patch, what's up, dude? Thanks for the 205.
Didn't run.
Winner. Player 1.
All right, halfway. 50 completed. Movement speed, defensive power, straw gun, vital gauge, projectile. $15 strike power now. Nice. Yo, thanks for the follow, dude. Massive hippie. Appreciate it. What am I doing this for? I'm trying to get to level 100 for color 7. Color 7 looks sick, so I want it.
Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
Game crashes. I mean, there's a save thing. It said. It says save and exit, but I don't know if. I don't know if
I see the move. Play.
Here's my aim.
What the? Ow. That hurt. You're right. Thank you for follow.
A wise decision. There's no escape. I'm coming. You cannot resist. Foolish. There's no steal yourself. You are outmatched.
Okay.
Perfect. Have you decided to surrender?
Round 3.
How fucking tall is Magneto? God damn, this motherfucker's tall as shit. Oops. I gotta stop doing that. Oh, is it the down input? Yeah, it is. 6. No, okay, like it's hard to tell because he's floating every game. He's always fucking floating. So how tall is this motherfucker?
I summon your demise.
Can you stand still? 6 plus his levitate? What the? Why did I just stop flying? I mean floating. YouTube chat now? Welcome.
Your performance was...
How's Rivals update? It's fun. We're about to get back on Rivals, so we're gonna do customs. I'm trying to finish this first though. Finish this and do like a ranked match or two. So you want a belt from you? That's not real. That's not real.
Today's main event.
Is this the same thing as Tekken and Street Fighter? No, it's a tag fighter. Those are 1v1 games. Does that work? That works. Am I just doing it too slow? You're looking, my rolls ain't working. My venom would give you that work. I'd light you up and farm you for ult charge. I would use you as ult fodder. Like what? What you talking about? You're an ult meat bag for me. I would love to fight you, Venom. That's free ult charge. Never. That's free ult charge, personally. I would love to fight you, Venom. I like fighting Venoms. They try and just rush my back and I just light them up and then run. Oh, Venom got nerfed today. Woo, hold on. You can't use your swing for how much is that shit? 10 seconds? You stuck with me. You ulted, you stuck with me. Tournament today? In this game? Sure, if you have if enough people have the game yet. We can do tournament mode. Did you match with viewers though? Yeah, I did some yesterday. Why is this not working? I think I'm just doing it too slow. I'm trying to do this combo, it's not working, it's pissing me off. Doing dies with their swing and trolling. Amen. Not an old meat bag. Someone gotta be the old meat bag. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being an old meat bag.
How does it feel?
Penny started to do his nerfed. Apparently, it was actually a buff.
I would love
winner. Player one. Now for today's main event.
Fuck. Okay, 60. Okay, we're almost done. It's a workout. It truly is a workout. It'll be worth it though. Oh, why is your lightning? What? Yeah, no, I gotta chill. What the fuck? Oh shit! Well, oh fuck. Whoa, you did it twice in a row? What is fucking wrong with? I'm dead. Why did she do it twice in a row?
I regret we came to blows.
She did it twice in a row.
Regret.
Player two.
Oh my fucking god, she did it twice in a row. Yes, it resets to 0. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. Wait, what? Yeah, it does. It does. Fuck, bro. Why the fuck was she so hard? Oh, God, bro. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. Why did she go so hard? Wait, why are registered teams gone? Hold on, let me put my registered team in. Why did she go so hard, bro? She had like lightning normals or some dumb shit. Okay, my team I registered is just gone for some reason. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. Was Loki's back assist again? I put Magic second. Oh, isn't the Ice Bowl thing? I guess I'll put him in a bag. Okay. What is this? Oh, tutorial. Arcadia Rumble. Yeah, I haven't tried out this game mode yet.
All-Star Arena.
Arena and survival. I haven't tried Arena, but that one was crazy. She just went stupid on me for some reason.
Now for today's
Chop a brother out, slap me a code for this game. What the? What the hell? I don't have any other codes. Yeah, that 59 spike was crazy.
Brace yourself. Round one.
Here's my aim.
Oh my fucking god, this boomerang is so bad. It's so bad, bro. I actually hate it.
Perfect. Winner, winner.
Cause like once you finally get the hit, it might mess up your combo.
Getting started. You need my help. Getting started.
Take this.
Not working. Getting started.
Infernasu broke to buy a movie ticket, and brother talking about some code.
Here's my aid. I like that.
Just freestyling combos. I'm gonna do some crazy shit now. Hold on. Whoops. Why are you at 3? Did you lose? Yeah, for some reason the storm boss at 60 went fucking stupid on me. That shit went stupid on me for some odd reason. You started blocking everything too. I'm gonna get the Deadpool thing for the bonus health. Nah, I got it this time, don't worry.
System stable. Excuse me.
Buffs do bosses have they have random buffs as well, not just me. Like the storm one I just fought had like lightning basic attacks or some dumb shit. Yeah, she had this. I think. I guess I should try it, I guess. I think it makes your attacks do lightning power or something like that. I don't fucking know how it works. I think. YouTube chat trying to get shot. Well, thanks for reminding me. Good comms.
We've got a...
Okay, so I think all my primaries will have lightning, I think. No, that shit don't happen to me. It's probably the level 2 thing. What do you mean? The upgrade of it? Or do I have to have Storm for that shit to work, or like? I'm pretty sure I should just get strike power. Yeah, Praya's upgrade. I guess we'll have to find out. I'll just keep upgrading and see what happens. Because who the fuck else on my team uses lightning? Kind of wouldn't make any sense to wouldn't make any sense to give me the lightning upgrade first before the whatever. What is the bonus shit? Roasted. Roasted and toasted. Why are they trying to shoot me? I'm talking about you. They're not talking about you. Is this game 4 lives? No. It's 1 health bar. Just cost 3 wins. 3 to win. Solo tank son or solo heal daughter? What the fuck type of question is that? Attack power lightning plus 15%. You see, it would be cool if it was like a 15% chance of it proccing lightning, but I don't even think it's that. I don't think it's that either. They didn't mean to do that, but whatever. I gotta learn some magic combos, hopefully. I think next stream we focus on magic. I need magic combos. All right, vital gauge. Yeah, we're gonna get this. 5% more health. Don't worry, guys. The YouTube goat has arrived. What the? Is that so?
Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight. You can prove yourself smart.
Oh, damn it.
It's not over.
So I have 5k plus health. That's pretty good. Did I lose? Yeah. Like a roguelike game mode? Yeah. I'm doing this because you get a reward. Oh, you can't do that? The yellow and a penny suit is tough. That's alright.
Perfect. Round 3. Fight.
Here's my aid. Give thanks.
Gotcha. Over here. Gotcha. It's no use.
No, the blade slash side to side. Yeah, I'm doing this for color 7 of all characters. Yes. In Marvel Rivals terms, let's say your son is a Magneto main and your daughter is a Mantis main. Who would you rather have? I don't really care if I have a daughter or son, I guess. I don't know. Those aren't even that bad. Those aren't even that bad, bruh. You could have said something like Penny. And then like Namor's son or some shit. Those are quite tame, I'd say. Mag is good. Yeah. Mantis is good too. She's broken as shit right now. And a lot of supports don't know how to play Mantis. Mantis is good. Mantis is good right now. That's good. Both of those are good.
Our next matchup in the challenge of...
Those are both good. But where my upgrades at? Oh wait, I got for the boss first. Why does she have so much health? Holy shit.
Here's my ace. A wise decision.
Combo timeout. Huh. Damn, that combo was so long that it said timeout. Wow.
Why vampires are so scary.
I wonder how combo timeout works. AX so many skills in that combo that the fucking thingy ran out. This is so ass. Unless the Green Goblin upgrades into some crazy shit. Maybe the Green Goblin thing upgrades into some crazy shit. Only I can think of. I want to see the upgraded blade. I want to see the upgrade of the blade one. I want to see the upgrade of the storm one. Attack power of lightning. Like, there's only like 2 characters in this game that use lightning. It's like Deadpool, Storm. That's about it. I guess Green Goblin. Oh, Doom, you're right. He's DP. Danger uses lightning? What? I don't know. I don't know her for his count, but whatever. Oops. Ghost Rider is busted for this? Ghost Rider? Yeah, aight. Yeah, aight. Oh, I thought I was gonna be talking about. Oh, I didn't have the sword nets. Thor is on the roster. Yeah, Thor's not. Yeah, that is DLC of Doom. Oops. I did it too late. I meant the DP. I don't know how to use the dark portal thing. Can I do that then? I gotta learn the combo.
Perfect. Winner. Player 1. Brace yourself.
Venom will be in the game. This game? I don't think they're gonna do Venom since they did Carnage. If they do Venom, it won't be the same Venom. They'll probably like some crazy shit.
Getting started. Okay.
Venom has to come, says who? Says me. It's fucking Venom? Fuck is that supposed to mean? What's it? DLC? I don't think it'll be in the game for a while. Skill gauge. Lightning attack power. Okay, let's see what the upgrade of this does. Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I had a slot still. Shit. Attack power ice. %40 movement speed. I'm about to be zooming. How fast am I now? Oh, I'm fast as fuck. That sound like magic color? Yeah.
You need my help. Magic.
Oops.
Perfect. Round 2.
Can't do that.
Here's my aim.
That's the wrong assist.
Round 3.
I need to get this Deadpool upgrade. Oh wow, you can't do that.
That was fun.
Yeah, you can't. Okay. I'll try using the shooter assist to see if I can catch that early enough.
Here's my aim.
Fuck.
Grant me the power to stand.
Magic is so ass. Definitely got to work on that next year. I think all the characters I'm playing, my Magic, my Magnetos. Well, yeah, he's a little worse.
Brace yourself.
Spider-Man boss? Are you dead ass? This shit free.
Here's my aim.
Oops. Hope he mixes your shit. He ain't mixing nothing. He ain't mixing nothing.
So now you winner. Player 1. Select soul.
How we got? Guess I'll just get this. Firepower. Counter. Ice. I can't draw again. Guess I'll just get ice. I am using Loki, I guess. Let's probably put Loki in the front then. Nice, I'm out.
Brace yourself.
Stand back. Let the rain fall. Getting started.
Oops.
All right.
I think I have to call assist, right? Call assist and you dunking them.
Perfect.
Look.
Round 2.
Let the rain fall.
Yeah, you can only use light there. That sucks. Wasn't stunned for long enough.
Perfect.
Be proud.
Oh wait, no, I know how to do it. I need a wall splat.
Let the rain fall.
You need my help.
No question, face my road. The magic of my true people.
Am I winning? Hell yeah, I'm winning.
Leave this to me.
What? Why couldn't I combo off that? Do I need thingies out first for that? To combo off shrapnel spike? Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, okay, so you have to have shit out to combo off shrapnel spike mid combo. Got it. So shouldn't I throw EX fireball and then bring into the air, bring him back down, EX shrapnel? I mean, no, medium shrapnel. Okay, I got it. So shocked that Loki's as cool as he is. What's up, Tyrone?
We've got brace yourself. Final round.
No mercy. Take this. Here's my aim.
Give thanks, God.
Your sights.
What the fuck?
A wise decision. I warned you. You are out.
Wow. Oh my, you did it again? What's wrong with this kid? Run up. Whatever. You did it again?
Select soul.
Cause I got Wolverine again. 30. All right. Damn, I need more Deadpool cards.
We've got a high
The Wolverine dot ball. I need more Deadpool cards. God damn it. How does help me with depression? You're such a great YouTuber. Should I keep it up? Hey, bro, appreciate it, man. Hope you're not depressed anymore, dude. Hope we'll always get better. Oh, what the fuck?
I'm fine. The omens of war.
Oops, I did it wrong. Why'd that not combo? I had the jab there, I think.
Life has it.
Round 2.
How feeble is it? What's next?
Yeah, it only works mid screen.
Are you beyond my wrath? What a very well.
Oops. Can you overtake the corner with that move or not?
You were defeated by a god.
I have to test that. I don't know if you could take the corner with EX down with Loki in the corner. I don't think you can. Yeah, okay, yeah, you can't. Oops. Oh, you had to do jab there. You have to do jab there, it won't work. It's not fast enough. Oh, that was a reset. What? I did the wrong special. I did not mean to fireball. Nah, Iron Fist would be sick in this game. I hope he gets added. Yeah, Daredevil too. Daredevil will be sick too. Daredevil, Iron Fist. Tons of characters.
Brace yourself. Final round.
Here's my aim. Get that.
Oh wow, you're crazy. Convergence. Damn, why do they be spamming this shit? They be spamming that armor thing. That thing is annoying. It's one of the worst mechanics in the game, I feel. Mechanic is so buns. Projectile, skill gain, defense, attack power. I don't want none of these. I'll take skill gain, but I want to see the upgrade of Loki. I mean, of Blade. Counter higher. Okay, it's the upgrade over in skill gauge gain. Increase that lower vitality. Sure. I don't think I'm gonna ever be at low vitality, but whatever. Kind of a useless one. If I'm at low vitality, I'm trolling.
Brace yourself. Round one. Gotcha.
Here's my aim.
Oh wait. Oh yeah, I forgot the light version does that. What's up, Zern? You know, I did that wrong. Cause you wanna oh my god, that did so much damage. That did so much fucking damage. I did like 3 EXs in that combo.
You need more practice. This is round 3.
3 X's and like 1 blade enhanced sword move. That's the wrong button.
Here's my aid. I warned you. I shall rain my righteous fury upon you.
Damn. Art's so tough. Art's starting this game? Art's starting this game is fire, yeah. Oh, the metal. Oh, that's cool. But the metal stays even if. Oh shit! Get away from me! God, can you fucking stop webbing me? This asshole. What the fuck happened? Shang-Chi. This game. They probably do something cool with him. First moment I thought you said Shang Tsung. I'm like, what? Shang Tsung is crazy.
Half human, half vampire. What? Brace yourself. Final round. Take this.
You need my help. Magic. I warned you. There's no escape. Heal yourself.
Oh, you can combo off that? In the corner? I didn't know that. Where's the Ghost Rider? Son, the Ghost? I don't believe in Ghost.
Your performance was
That shit's fake.
admirable.
I don't believe in Ghost. That shit fake. What's up, J3? I don't believe in Ghost. That shit's fake, bro. That shit is fake news. Yo, can I get this Deadpool card, bro? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm getting trolled. Swap this Loki one, I guess. Damn, I can't roll the Deadpool one. I don't know why I can't roll it. Getting unlucky. Are ghost adjacent entries? Oh, entities, but not ghosts. Ghost and real. Oops. Does so much damage. Am I crazy for that? Winner, winner. Whoa.
Here's my aid. Asgard is with you. Feel nothing.
Oh, you're crazy. Oops.
Here's my aid.
Danger.
Here's my aim. There's no escape. Withstand this. To me, my brotherhood.
To me, my brotherhood. Is he dead?
To me. And on to victory.
Damn. How long have you been at this for? I think like an hour now. I'm trying to get this stupid color.
However, you should have knelt before me when you still had the chance.
This dude Magneto's so sick in this game.
Winner, player one.
Damn. Winner.
Now.
It's gonna be a while. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish this, but I can save it and I continue next stream. I got cheese though. I don't know why the 60 one was so hard. The FOMO of color 7 gonna drive you crazy. Nah, you are just chopped. What? I don't think that's what chopped means, dude. I don't think that's what chopped means. I don't think you know what that means. Counters. Talk about light and medium version. Ultimate skill. Give me the Deadpool. Oh my god. Bro. I can't get this stupid Deadpool card. Skill gauge. Oh my god, I'm just gonna reroll. And keep going. It's so stupid, I can't get it. Deadpool will increase my max health. I'm trying to get it. It just won't give me it though.
Brace yourself. Round one.
You need my help. Here's my aim. Over here. Not bad. Excuse me.
What the fuck?
How's this?
Use HP when you can kill him faster? That is true. That is true. So you got nerfed. Is there anything to do with one? Is there anything to do to one shot with 250 now? Double spear. I fucking keep doing the wrong route. Why are BP players always trying to one shot somebody? Anyone want to just play the game normal like the rest of us? Shrapnel spike. What's up, Sal?
You have a choice. A swift.
Round 4.
I'm your master now. You are outmatched. Full on. No use. Whether I will.
Wait, so oh, sniped out this guy.
There's no escape. Shrapnel spike. Shrapnel spike. Withstand this. You cannot resist.
Yo, using assist on that, the timing on that is so weird to calling assist for that because I can't see the floor. So I don't know where the enemy's at when I'm doing that. Or maybe I do it later because I think it makes them roll, I think. I don't know. Karama badge. I mean, you can check if you scroll under the stream and check who has the longest sub thing. Richard Stonemer, though.
Final round.
Sudden danger. Being engaged.
Here's my aid. Get back.
Damage. Major. Recovery. Impressive data. There.
Incredible.
What the fuck? That was so cursed. That was so cursed.
Well, well, well. A heroic victory.
Winner.
Heroic victory. Not just a no one, a heroic one. Strike. Oh my god, I can't get this thing. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I can't find it. This shit just don't pop up for me, bro. Oh my god, I finally got it. Nice. Finally. And it took ages. Volunteer gives you Jubilee Mark. Demon Farm.
Brace yourself.
Demon Farm. This was a farm of demons. The demon farm. He means demon form? Yeah, I know. I'm just pissing him off. You took the Rumble game mode? No, not yet.
Round 2.
The fuck? What is the combo for that? Thought you were being dead ass? Nope.
Round 3.
Here's my aid.
Dark Child. Queen of Limbo. Perfect.
Round 4.
A wise decision.
How feeble of me. Why you? The omens
Oh, Tokon grind going? I am currently playing survival mode, trying to get to floor 100 for this color. I'm not gonna get to 100 though. I'm gonna stop, but because this is taking ages. But I could have been done by now if I didn't get trolled. It's all good though.
Brace yourself. Final round.
You need my help, magic.
I see the move.
Ooh, what is that? Range? Damn.
No mercy.
A wise decision.
Oh wow. Man said get back.
Winner, player one. Select soul.
Defensive power strike, I guess. The Wanda team needs to be gutted. For the hood? Gutted? Whoa, slow that down. Slow that down.
Brace yourself.
Take a monster to come in. I don't know. I'm just assuming anyone that can't say hood doesn't do enough damage can't aim. I'd be doing fuckloads of damage with that dude. Oops. I'd be doing crazy damage when I play hood. I used to say my tracking was only good on my aim, but now I think I have both.
You need my help.
It looks mad cool. He's hella cool. I'm about to play some of him in a little bit. Fix White Fox team up? Nope. Just intentional. They're not nerfing now. Not fucking dinosaur. Oh, you probably like Hood Shine. I was gonna say that earlier in your stream, but I was too busy talking about Yasmin that I completely forgot to ask you. I mean, we'll tell you. Why is this not comboing on him? I was gonna ask. Well, I was gonna tell you that Hood came out. If you're gonna play him, yeah, you. I think you'd like him. He came out already? Yeah, he came out today. He came out today. I just got off Rivals. I'm about to get back on Rivals though. And Kid Team is barely, I wouldn't say barely worth it. I've been in Street Fighter 6 cave. Yeah, this game came out yesterday. And Rivals update came out today. Maybe ready for CEO. Yeah. Wait, when is CEO? When is that? Oh, it's the storm. Wait, let me lock in. This is the guy that fucking beat me. Fucking cheese there. I don't know why she went so hard on me that time.
You need my help.
I see the move. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay, she's way different now. Like, well, I don't know why she cooked me that hard. I literally could not hit her. Like, she was blocking everything. She barely blocked shit this time. I don't know what was wrong with her the other time. She just went stupid on me. 12%, not to 15. Fuck you, Dubs. That was cowards. Yeah, she went stupid. Next weekend? Interesting. Chatterbox Exiles. Oh, because it has Deadpool, Carnage. I mean, not Carnage. Yeah, Tokon's AI is weird. Oh, I should probably experiment with EX gun in the air. Experiment with EX gun in the air. Do like. Oh, I have an idea. Oh, I can't do it right here. I think it's only a mid-screen combo I can do though. I think the combo would only work mid-screen. I'll still Tokon? Game's great, it's fun. PC client is fried though, depending on your computer. I am on PC. I'm playing offline though. I'm playing a survival game mode. I'm trying to get to 100, level 100, or floor 100, so I can get this color.
Here's my aim.
I see the move.
Oh, you asshole. They cooked with Blade? Yeah, he's cool. He needs more mix.
You need my help.
Give thanks to me.
Oops. Have you shot online yet? Yeah. I just uploaded a video today. Me playing online. I played online. I streamed this game for 14 hours yesterday. Most of it was me playing ranked. That's why I'm like kind of chilling today. Yeah, go look at today's video.
Brace yourself.
Crazy stream? Yeah. I definitely have not been getting enough sleep. So after that stream, I went to sleep for like, I don't even know. I went to sleep for like 14, 13 hours or something like that. What? Is this Carnage's theme? Holy shit. Look how fucking heavy metal this shit is. Uh-oh. Like more? Fire Games quest. More cool shit. Yeah, I know what you mean. I like magic in this game, but in Rivals, she's like, Yeah.
Select soul.
Nice, got Deadpool gun. What if Deadpool is the cool with a mask on? What the?
Our next matchup in the Challenge of the Champion tournament.
What the? Incarnation.
Brace yourself.
Oh, how does Rivals feel for you guys this patch? Isn't the game supposed to be more optimized? How does the game feel for you guys this patch? Or you guys don't notice the difference? They lied. They said they lied. The feels basically the same. I don't know. I'm streaming on TikTok today and I was playing Rivals, but I didn't feel laggy at all. But then again, I don't know. I was looking at my frames. Like, literally, TikTok is the ankle weights. Shit lowers my FPS by like 700 or some dumb shit. Don't let Megan Rose with everybody in the ground with squidgy pills. That was weird.
Round 3.
Wow.
Wise decision. There's no escape. I shall rain my righteous fury upon you.
That didn't kill?
It's
Huh.
not over. Repulsive.
This throw is so cool. He just holds you up and he just holds metal in the other hand and just shoots that shit at your face. That shit is sick.
On your knees. I warned you.
Oh, he was a bounce. Okay, that's how that works. Boy, it was his hands behind his back where he's kicking the shit out of you. God, Magneto's an asshole. Guy's an absolute asshole, bro. Bro just kicking the shit out of you with his hands folded behind his back. He has to beat your ass, I'm telling you that. That was a Green Goblin.
Leave this to me. Magic. Here's my aid.
I wish there was some spamming bonus in my ear. Jubilee gets her ult fast. You gotta remember, Jubilee just got buffed today. Team up and she got a normal buffs.
Winner, player 1. Select soul.
Add fire element blunt. What the fuck? Huh? That's a new one. Well, add fire now, I guess. That's 70. Do I actually have fire on everything I do now, or like how does this work? Time to find out. Why the hell does the Deadpool card give you fire? Okay, of course. Where's the fire? So where's the fire at? Damn it. I died at 79. I'm not getting color 7. Oh no. Going for every rank. Come on. Wait, that made him. What the fuck? Magneto put him on fire. How the fuck does this work? Are you serious? Only blunt attacks? Oh, fuck. Huh, interesting. What? Why? Why is it like this? Oh, come on. Whatever. Gives you an excuse to practice more Magneto. Oh, you're weird.
When Magneto calls, the heavens answer.
What? Okay, well, I definitely did think that had more range, but it clearly doesn't. I have a team of fucking sword users. It's almost so blunt. Come on. I have like the closest team to Samurai Outriders, but not Samurai Outriders, and you're gonna do me like this? Oh, I thought it was a wall spell. I was gonna go Dark Child. I was gonna wall splat, go Dark Child on the floor, and then continue combo into super, but all good. Dude, she got a crazy tan. She like she's got the craziest tan ever. Like crazy sunburns or something.
Now for today's main event. Blade strutting in.
She's so orange. Magneto? Oh, the black mag. Oh my god, why do they keep spamming that shit? Jesus. No! That Trump tan is crazy. The Trump tan is crazy work. Draw again. I don't know. Damn it. I like the loadout I have going. I could probably get this instead of the champion thing I'm using. Wait, did it just replace my... What? Oh, wait, I can obtain up to 5 now. The amount I can obtain is higher now. Oh, okay. I thought I was still on 3 max. I mean, 4 max. That's pretty good. Yeah, look at that. That's a lot of stats.
Brace yourself. Round 1.
Oh. What? That was supposed to be DP. I got fireball. It's over. Yeah, low kicks that fire, yeah. So I can go like a full fire loadout if I get that upgrade and I use what the Ghost Rider card that makes it so that I have fire on my normals. Oh, that's combo limit. Oh shit, that was literally combo timeout. Combo was way too long. Transitions are hella cool, yeah.
You need more practice. This isn't it.
This isn't it.
Like hell!
Here's my ace.
Oh fuck, I did so slow. Probably should have Yexed it. What the fuck are we doing? Uh-oh. Let's see if I can do like a crazy long combo. Okay, too late now. The fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that killed. Damn. That was a lot of damage.
So now you know why vampires are so scared. Winner! Player 1!
This dude Blade only talk about vampires, that's it. You don't talk about anything else than vampires. Oh, not shit about vampires. That all you ever talking about? Damn. Oh! Okay, let me chill out.
You need my help.
I might actually lose this. Why is this? What? You went overhead. The difficulty spike is fucking crazy, bro. I'm dead. What is this difficulty spike? Oh, bro, what the fuck was that? I almost lost.
Why vampires are so
Son,
scared of me.
why did he go that hard? Oh hell no! Yo, that guy went stupid on me. Jesus Christ. That's not out to difficulty spike. What the fuck was that?
We've got a high
That one was not. What level was the CPU for that? That was not low. That shit almost cooked me. What the fuck?
Brace yourself.
Holy. Yeah, 99 is probably gonna be like that too, yeah. Cross up. Oh, good thing I gain health every round. Holy fuck. Why can't I? Okay, bro.
You need my help. Get that.
Surrender's weak.
Okay.
It's no use.
Me watching you stream on a VR headset while playing Rivals at the same time. What? So what is your setup? What the fuck?
It's no use.
You need my help.
Well done.
Jesus Christ. This fucking green goblin. Oh, I have the EX there, huh? Oh, that doesn't work. Props him too high. It puts him way too high. You can only do it off the light version. The medium version puts him too high in the sky.
So now you know.
Winner, player one.
84 Ghost Rider. Scary.
Brace yourself. Final round.
Here's my aim. A wise decision.
I see the move.
Oh my god, that fucking boomerang is so bad. It's so bad, bro. Oh god. The Sandy Tennessee emergency nerfs make everybody one shot. The hood one, it makes everybody one shot shooting through it. Oh, she have to like walk through it. No, she has to buff you with it, right? She has to shoot you with it. So what is strike? A strike just punches? Maybe this isn't better than what I have then. Well, I should probably go for ultimate then. Because I think strike is like punches and shit. But it says blunt is... I don't fucking know. It's hard to tell. Nah, the Doom one was crazy. Just for some odd reason, some of them just spike up like crazy. Yeah. What the fuck? Why is everybody in this team blue?
Brace yourself.
What? What the hell?
Wise decision.
See the hit bullets are crazy. She's one to utilize like his much as 50-50. I love switching to cloak and terra caping. That shit is so satisfying. Terra cape, he's shredding. Oops, I'm at the DP. This all be blue and not green goblin, literally. Luna is the chosen one. The chosen one. As long as she's shooting for shit that's not this game, I'm cool with it. Bruh. Jesus fucking Christ. Bro, like...
Just one more.
Luna staying over there. And keep her out.
You lost, but you're lucky. You're still alive.
You're still alive. Luna's just Dazzler's reheated nachos. Blade. Oh shit. Nocturnal Daywalkers.
Brace yourself. Final round.
Here's my aim.
Sandy would be, yeah, Sandy would be cool in this game.
You need my help.
I got a meter. I'm making stakes. God damn it. It's too slow.
Here's my aid. A wise decision. Be gone with you.
Love Blades. Blades OST is fire.
Your
Performance was admirable. Not admirable enough. 5. Okay, upgraded champion. Ultimate attack power skill 25%. Dude, if I was stacking this with the Shuri one, I would have been crazy. Gauge ultimate costs. Oh, but it costs more. What the fuck? Gauge cost ultimate skill is plus 10, so it takes 10 more though? Is it only 10? That's easy. Fuck, I'll take it. If it's just 10, that's free. It's not even that bad of a downside though. If it's just only 10? You get Gauge so easily in this game, it's crazy. Oh my goodness. I hate all the fucking orange mechanics in this game. I swear to God I do. Ooh, that was supposed to be DP. It's worth, but I don't see you use ult that much. That's because I'm spamming EX. I have a card that makes some EX do more damage. Oops. I have a card that makes some EX skills do more damage as well. Fuck. Oh yeah. Nah, the AI's be going crazy on blocking their most random times, yeah. God damn it, why do I keep doing it too slow?
Here's my aid.
No, bro. If there's another curler at 200, don't say that. Well, when I get to 100, I'm gonna save my progress.
Here's my aid.
Oh my God, I beat it. What the fuck? I beat the armor.
Perfect. So now you know. Winner, player 1.
Loki? Oh, this could be scary.
Brace yourself. Final round.
I see the moon.
No mercy.
All right. 94, I think. These are all pretty bad. Attack power grounded plus 10. What the fuck does that mean? I do more damage on the floor? I guess. That's the only thing I can think of that does. Attack power grounded plus 10. I mean, what else will it do?
We've got a brace yourself. Round 1.
You need my help.
Whew. Oh my god, Carnage just ate the fucking shot for you. You're so lucky. Carnage ate the shot for you.
A wise decision. You need my help.
Let's go.
Excellent. Round 3.
Oh, that meter.
Oh, nice.
Strike back. You don't miss Bleach River vs. Souls? What? That's a thing?
You need my help.
Let's have action. Got first noise.
Strike back. Strike back. That shit is funny as fuck, bro. That motherfucker is a arena fighter, so motherfuckers was mashing on that game. So all you in here is strike back, strike back. Over and over and over. That shit was so hilarious, bro. Oh, the champions 100. Strike back. Okay, this motherfucker has 1,500 health.
You need my help.
What? Okay.
What's this? Here's my aid. Get back.
Oh, fuck no. Am I dead? I'm dead. Oh my god, that's cheese. Oh my god, he just...
Bare your fangs all you like.
So cheese. That is so cheese, bro. That is ungodly cheese, bro. That is unfathomable, cheese. He just one-touched me. He just one-touched me, bro. What is that? Oh, what the fuck is that cheese, bro? Oh my god, that is unfathomable, cheese. Yeah, he fucking revives. Oh my god, that is ungodly, cheese. What? God. Did he happy birthday me? I don't think he did. Did he? Let me see. He just cheesed the shit out of me. No, he... Oh, no, he did. Oh, he did. Okay. Wait, what? So I grabbed him here. That kill should have killed him, but... Okay. I'm blocking all this. I call magic. He somehow fucking hit. Oh my god, I don't know how he hit me. Oh my god, he fucking revives, bro. That's so Mickey, bro. I'll try again next stream. Oh, that's so Mickey, bro. That's so Mickey, bro. That is so fucking Mickey Mouse, bro. Bro, he revives. How am I supposed to know he revives? Like, what? Oh my god. What is this Arcadia Rumble? I'll try that next stream or something. Nah, yeah, you gotta start all over from 1. Bro, it's because he revives, bro. Fucking hell, bro. We playing? I don't know, dude. Yeah, he fucking... that dude's a literal boss character when he's in the champion form. I mean, I should have expected him to revive, but like... What the fuck is this team? Why? Oh, lordy.
Ranked match.
Why did it reset my team? Like, I don't... Nah, there's no other way to get a color other than that. I get that color. They fixed the PC port? I'm about to find out. I don't think they did though. There's no update today.
Today's main event. Here's Blade. Strutting in, all cool and composed.
His rifle has underwhelming damage. Skill issue. That's a skill issue.
Here's my aim. Let's have action.
Console? What is that supposed to mean? That's a skill issue. That's a skill issue, bro. Get your tracking up. Get your tracking up.
Brace yourself. Round 1.
What? Oh. I thought I was playing the other game mode.
I am ready.
Okay, yeah, you're crazy. Yeah, you're crazy.
Excellent.
Sorry for the wait.
Round 2.
Oh, that beats that?
No mercy.
You need my help. I see the move.
You're lucky.
Mickey combo. I didn't even do the combo. Right? I messed it up. That Mickey. The fuck was that? What do you mean? What the fuck was that? That was a combo. Y'all don't like the combo?
Here's my aim.
What the fuck happened? The Dark Child? No Dark Child? I expect the Dark Child. You gotta kill me with Dark Child. I jabbed, bro. Oh my god. I literally jabbed.
You need my help. You cannot resist.
What? You can move after that?
Magneto controls all. You are outmatched. Remain calm.
What?
Not yet.
Bro, I'm jabbing, man. Okay, okay. I just have to tech it. I can't jab. You literally can't. You can't jab it. You have to just tech. Because I'm jabbing when she's going. Because she literally does the same thing. She jabs and then she throws. I'm jabbing to beat it so I can get a full combo, but no. It won't let me do that for some odd reason. What the fuck? That's not good. I get the wall spot.
Anytime.
This guy's so random. Stage switches. He does. What the fuck? Wow. Stage switches, he does round start DP.
Sorry for the wait.
Wise decision.
Get back.
Oh, okay. Saved your beta rank? Nope. I just climbed yesterday. What's up, dude? I shouldn't have lost this first match to this guy. Okay, I guess. Should do jab jab.
I await your call.
Yeah, okay. Nice, I got all my characters.
Sorry for the wait.
A wise decision.
Not everyone's set to English. It's not only Maddie set to Japanese. What? Oh my fucking goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Here's my aim. Get back out of the shadows.
No reason for me to wall break. Winning. Oh my god, this guy's so random. Oh, okay.
Gotcha. Wise decision.
I see the moon.
Comma limit timeout. Has to be medium, doesn't it? Medium. He led. What? What a drop, bro. Oh, I don't get why that drops sometimes. How did that hit me from that far? What the fuck is that hitbox? Oh, fucking Star-Lord blocked my damn thing. That's so annoying. Oh, wow, I did the wrong button. Oh, the wrong button. You never use level 3? I don't need to. I'm EXing so many skills, I don't need to sometimes. I do use level 3, just not all the time, like I did earlier during that set. Near ground for color 7? Yes, I just did. Okay, you just missed it. I just did it.
I can wait.
A wise decision.
Let's have at the moment.
No darkness Brace yourself. Round one.
Bang it. Wahlberg out and pissed.
I am ready.
I didn't block. Oops. Should have EX'd that. I should have EX'd that. Fuck.
Sorry for the wait.
Round two.
I see the move.
Full on. No mercy. Got you. It's over.
Sorry for the wait.
You need my help.
Oh my god, I switched to. Might pick up Carnage. No plans to at the moment. I blocked. Whoa, what?
I will fight on.
Asgard is weak.
Magneto controls all.
Bro, I didn't press that.
I see the move.
Here's my aim.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me. I can't see shit. There's projectiles everywhere.
You need my help. Magic. Here's my aim.
Asgard is
As predicted.
Asgard is weak.
Oh, that didn't reach. Oops. I didn't mean to press the button. God damn it. I did not mean to do that.
Player two. Brace yourself. Round one. Fight. You're Fuji.
See, the thing about the fucking thing is that even if the boomerang had hit, it'd have broke my combo though. I gotta lab fixing it. You can't use certain routes. Okay. Certain routes you just can't use while doing that. Also, it'll break the combo. We're gonna shoot for any tips. EX fan. EX fan.
At any time. Magic. A wise decision.
I meant to wall break. God damn it. EX fan throw will be don't overcomplicate it.
Sorry for the wait. You need my help. I see the move.
Wait. Did they fix the steak and happy birthday? I think they fixed it. So that I threw the steak and happy birthday and it fucking worked. I think they fixed it. That was a bug with Blade. That's good to know. What? I'm blocking. Okay, whatever, I guess. Out of nowhere, just not blocking, I guess. Like, I don't know. Out of nowhere, just not blocking, I guess. Like, I don't know. Oh, it whiffed. I'm dead. My anti-air whiffed. Didn't reach. It did not reach. It did not reach. That was a close match.
For today's main event.
That was a close match, though.
Here's Blade.
All right. That's enough. Tokon, playing rivals. Before that, I want to grab a snack.
Black Panther. Give it up for Wakanda Royalty. Tensions are on the rise.
All for my brethren. Oh god. Ugh, excuse me. What is this?
All right, we're in there. The iPhone in there.
How the hell did I get here?
That's what I'm gonna call that.
Wait, who won the tournament?
The what? Oh yeah. From Loki.
Oh, it's not over?
Yeah, that makes sense.
When it goes cross up.
Oh, it's Bleed versus Diaphone right now.
All right, here we go. All right, Bleed's looking like.
What's up, Thor? I just realized who you were, and I just realized this round is over. Bleed 1 round away from resetting. I'm like, I know Thorgasm.
Reset.
Sick.
Oh, what does Dorgasm play? Oh, nice. Okay, beautiful touch.
Doing Bleed stream.
Diaphone. Here
I
we
can't
go.
just press it. Okay.
I like Diaphone's blade too. It's pretty nice.
Okay, he's playing copyright music. I literally can't watch that.
All right, Chad. That's reset. That's reset on the bracket.
Oh, shit, he reset?
And New York City, so that's pretty good. Spam rematch.
Bro, reset it? Ooh, snap.
That's reset. That's reset on the bracket. Yo, rematch, bro. Rematch, bro. Yo, Diaphone. All right, bro.
I was about to ask my shit. You got off. Yeah, too late. I'll be right back.
You paid the 60, Kyrie? You're bugging.
Ready when you are. Round 2. You got it. Asgard is with you. Give thanks to me. I'm fine. Help's on the way. Here I go. I see the moves. Allow me. I'm here. Give thanks to me. Here I go. Asgard is with you. Allow me.
Oh, that crosses? They just hit me with some gimmicks. I should have won this anyway.
Hello, future police. Leave this to me. I'm here.
How'd I get hits, man?
Allow me. Here I go. Shoot on. Shoot on. Shoot on. Leave it to me. Shoot on. What is I'm on it. Leave it to me. Allow me. Nobody.
That's 1-0, chat. Oh, that's 2-0. Oh, no, that's 1. That's 1-0. Yeah, that's 1-0 in the reset.
Are you beyond? I'm with you.
What's up, Wash My Belly? What a name.
Oh, it cost 50 to super? I thought it cost 100. It's only 50 to super? Bro, what? I could have killed this nigga a million times last game. Get away from me.
I believe it's cooking, damn. The iPhone is choking. Let me open my rivals up. My piddle wash my belly. What the? I don't get the reference. I don't get the reference. Some fat puppy. What the? What the hell are y'all talking about?
Kinda mad.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh, bro.
My street's kind of crazy right now, no? Oh shit, hold on. Might be up next, chat. Hold on. 100% rate. What up?
We'll check though. Hello.
What are we doing?
I'm just in the practice range right now. I'm looking at his kit because remember I didn't watch any gameplay of him.
You don't look at his trailer?
I looked at his trailer, but I wanted to look more into his kit.
I see.
Shrimpy. Ooh, wait. I don't think I've had fancy with shrimp.
Eating waffles.
I don't think I've had.
Well, take your time.
That sounds nice. What kind of waffles?
They're just normal.
Katie, where you at?
I had brown sugar cinnamon, but my brother ate it all, I think. Damn troll.
So it has the. Oh, wait. Wait, that doesn't work. How does it bounce? Oh, bro, that's yours. I'm over here thinking I spawned that.
You say I see the moon?
How does it bounce off enemies though, Katie? I don't see it.
They have to be standing directly next to each other. Think of it as like Moon Knight, but way closer. Apparently, that's how it works. I tested everything. I couldn't get it to replicate. You need like a second person there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll jump practice.
Katie, stand. Yeah, okay, there we go.
Did it work?
Robots. What's your favorite dish from your motherland? That's a good one. I really like palusami and steak Killigwin. I mentioned it before. Okay, you guys ready?
Oh, yeah. Is it working?
I don't get it. Am I doing it wrong?
That shit is not working. That's the
Oh
enhanced
wait,
version,
it's because
right?
you guys are my enemies.
Yeah, we're supposed to be your enemies.
Yeah, but I don't have let me go to the team up simulation.
Oh, you didn't turn off. You didn't. Oh.
Yeah, because Katie was Moon Knight.
Oh, God.
And then I switched into enemy. Shit, what did I do? Oh, fuck.
You can just cancel it.
Okay. All right. Stand next to each other.
Where? Oh. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Mm-hmm.
The only thing I can't really tell is the anti-heal. It doesn't make their health blue, but I think it still works. Because both his team ups do anti-heal, but it doesn't show it. Doesn't show the effect. If you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said steak Keligwin. It is it's thin slices of steak, very small thin slices of steak that is basically marinated and sitting in lemon and soy sauce and vinegar.
Enhanced bounce? Yeah. Wait, I think so.
So yeah, I love steak Keligwin. It's one of my favorites. Keligwin though is like the type of dish. Yes, yes, Dawn, yes. Oh, my grandma also makes really good banana donuts. I forgot what she called it.
Banana donuts. You trying to kill me?
Dude, you'll love it. You need to bring like what, an EpiPen or something? 'Cause I need you to try that out. You would love it. You would love it.
I've never heard someone say bring an EpiPen. That is the sickest shit I've ever heard. What? What
It's
the
so
fuck?
good. It's so good. You have to.
Yo, y'all see this chat? Yo. Bringing an EpiPen is insane work. Shit, I will. I will. The line might not be nice. See?
It didn't sound like you said that.
You trying to
no,
kill
you're
me?
good. You're good. No, I'm trying to show you like other parts of the world, and it's so good.
Sure.
Okay.
Likes bananas.
I'm just gonna have to keep practicing him. Movement boost. Are you seriously, bruh? Take that, Katie. Take that. Damn. Okay, and then this is like a shield. I try to do that for a tap.
Wait, does that break my shield? Ult me?
When... What?
Does it break my sword shield? Ult me?
Oh, ult you. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay.
Oh no, it doesn't. Nice.
Damn. I'm allergic to eggs, so my friends. Oh, to bring Benadryl. I didn't know that, Non. I
I'm gonna send that guy
have
on
a brief
vacation.
idea of him, so yeah. I didn't experience the life steal though.
Huh? Isn't it just blue life? I don't think it's life steal on the ult. Oh, he's talking about basic attacking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only in your enhanced form. Like
What do you mean
100.
my enhanced form?
100.
Oh, okay.
Why are you only holding one gun?
Oh my God, chat literally said that too. What's wrong with me?
Wait, you're
Oh,
not
so
holding.
it's after
Hold
50.
M2 as well. You're only shooting one of the guns. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
I go into enhanced again.
On.
There we go. Yeah, it's weird that you gotta hold both because they don't want you using your shield while you're in enhanced.
Why not?
I don't
Oh,
know.
that's right. That's right. Okay.
They don't want you to self-shield yourself, like walk around. I mean, because your life's stealing like crazy. It'd be crazy if you had a circle around yourself as well.
Mm-hmm.
Good delete.
Damn, that's nuts.
All right, bear back. Let me put this food away.
Okay. Thoughts on Yukoi? That is... Okay, hold on. Hi, Fake. You want to share chat? Oh, you have it already. I just read through all the buffs, too, and nerfs. Okay. I'm ready for customs. I'm doing it on the main because I think it'd be easier for people to join since I have most people added. Hi, Infer's chat. Hi, Super Ninja.
I am Groot.
And then I'll switch over to the alts. Ah, you lit. They're like apple fritters if the apple. Oh, shrimp fritters. Ooh, wait, that sounds so good. Did I say it wrong? Oh, dude, that looks so good.
What on earth did I just come back to?
That looks amazing.
Katie, what did you... Katie,
What did Katie do?
he just boxed me in a room of walls. What the hell?
Wait, stay there. See, they're so good. I want to try it. It looks so good. Nice. Sure, I'll give you some lamps.
Lamps?
Wait, does he have you trapped in there?
He did before.
Shit.
Oh, now you're trapped. Good job.
Shit. Ah. Oh, shit. No, I'm good. Y'all ready for some customs?
Sure. Chat, are you guys ready?
Ooh, that looks so good. No, does that have egg in it?
I guess. That doesn't sound exciting. I mean, I guess. Are you ready or not?
Oh, let me look through the skins too.
You gonna try the Jubilee buffs?
I'll try Jubilee, but I want to try out the hood first. I kind of want to get the skin. I'm gonna get it.
I'd say buy it. I bought it. It's pretty good. Jubilee buffs. Oh, I love the Phoenix buffs. Chat, I'm playing more Phoenix. Don't ban her. Don't you dare ban her.
Oh, this is so cute.
Oh, nah. Oh, yes. I love Phoenix's fetch. Hard ban Phoenix.
I need to see the other colors she had.
Other colors. Them all.
For Luna. If she has other colors, I guess not. Oh my god, chat feels so rich. I could get so many things. I could get the Black Widow skin. I'm so surprised I haven't gotten that.
Long live the hood. Oh, this Punisher skin's free, right, chat?
Oh, chat, I could get all these.
Whoa, this art is sick.
Which one are you looking at?
Look at
Cool.
the new mini battle pass thing. I was looking at the number 9 in the mini battle pass.
Chat, this is so cool how they did this. Okay. What do you guys think about these skins?
The Iron Fist one's sick. I bought the Iron Fist and Hood one. I didn't buy the Moon Knight.
Oh, that's a nice skin. Ooh, that red one's nice. Ooh, this red one's nice.
That skin
Oh,
is
that
sick.
doesn't have color.
For Moon Knight. I mean, not Moon Knight. For Iron Fist has like music and effects and
I
stuff.
like Moon Knight's mask. Is Phoenix better than Hela this patch?
I think they're both just as good. I don't know. It's too soon to tell.
Mm-hmm. I just know her team up got nerfed. That's it.
What's up, Rack?
Hi, Rack. I already got a legendary VFX before Blade.
Yep. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, why is this? Wait, the premium for this is lettuce and tomatoes, not the yellow stuff? It's weird. I'm surprised it doesn't cost yellow stuff, yeah. It costs lettuce or whatever, lattice.
Lattice? Oh my god, I was so confused.
No, I'm just calling it
what
lettuce.
You were saying.
The blue shit, I'm calling it lettuce. Because lattice sounds stupid.
I'll create a game. God darn it. I bet you guys can't guess the password this time.
Isn't it not
Kitty,
just
why are you here?
nut? Is it not just nut or nut one or butternut?
Take a guess. Take a guess. You're close. Not close
What
enough.
even is a butternut?
You need to spell it
Hey, you
out.
said butternut the other day. What is a butternut?
It's nothing. It's just cute. It's just a cute name.
It's making my head hurt thinking about it. A butternut.
All right. It's just nut with 2 T's.
All right.
Join.
I'll write it down.
Lattice is yellow.
Nut with 2 T's?
Yeah.
All right. In it. There, chat. Join up. If you want, I guess. I don't know. Nah, it's not 14.
And then I'll head on to rank.
Bet.
My game is taking sweet time. Are you still updating it, Psychic? That shit took forever to update. Forever.
I am.
Say goodbye to Phoenix.
Yo, relax. It's not that deep. Things won't hurt you, bro.
Let me pin your comment.
Phoenix won't hurt you. Phoenix always comes back.
Okay, never mind. I'll just do it. You can't find the room?
It's not 4242. It's like actual. Just read the pin, chat.
Shoot, I'm trying to pin mine. You certainly feel out of place. Why do you feel out of place, Ark?
This dude, John. Not again, John. Don't troll me again, John.
What did John do?
He stream sniped me earlier and he sold my shit again. Come on, John. Lock in.
My God.
Lock the fuck in, John, please.
Y'all want to do a competitive or like a QP?
It's up to you. You're the host, not me. Surprise us. I don't know.
Oh, we're taking this shit out. Hell no.
Nah, yeah, he did it once. Well, he was on the enemy team the second match. Talking about revenge.
All right. I probably should have done it for you. Hi, Samantha. For you to be host.
Why?
So you could balance it out.
I trust your judgment.
I'm just gonna be mixing shit up.
Oh. Oh. I thought you were gonna actually balance.
No.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't do the C&D team up. I didn't check it out. Shoot. The C&D or the Jubilee team up. Ninja, what's the oh wait, I know what it is. Silly me. What is it enhanced?
What? For
The
Scarlet?
Jubilee team up with Hood. Wait, I could read
The
it.
mark
I'm so
is
silly.
permanently on. That shit's a lie though. I tested it. The mark is supposed to stay on forever. The one that you hit people with and you get the enhanced autos. But that shit didn't work when I tested on test server. I hope it's fixed.
This hood seems kind of meh. Kind of meh.
Meh.
Why do you think it's kind of meh?
You're tripping. Hood is fire.
I think the fact that like, as soon as he hit 50 for his charge, it's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Gambit needs more nerfs. How many nerfs does it take for Gambit to be okay? For you guys to be okay with Gambit?
Nerf his ult and buff his other shit. Give him back 275, but nerf his ult. I'm not gonna be satisfied till he's dead.
Is there someone in the back? There is.
Who?
John.
Oh, he's playing Black Cat. Why'd you unequip your champion icon, John?
Ooh, I want to see.
He unequipped it. He had it on earlier. Why y'all do that? I think it's aura or something. Champions look way better than the basic ones. Think you'll see my MK team ups this season? Hopefully. I hope. One can only hope. Oh, that guy's dead.
Oh! Wait, Deadpool just said ow. His voice line is funny. Oh! Why are you guys coming out?
They're dying. I don't know if I would come out either if I was dying that much.
Oh man.
I'm an easy target.
I need assistance.
Oh, I did the wrong move.
Whoa, I got pulled. That's scary. Whoa.
Oh, I guess he's pretty good against Groot, I'm assuming?
Huh. I guess.
Maybe.
Get your passive really fast.
Oh my god. Okay.
Also, Nerf did nothing. Retrider.
No! I just charged this.
Whoa, they want me badly.
Ah! No!
Yikes.
I guess I didn't balance it well.
I mean, you didn't. You randomized it, so.
I'm so sorry.
I mean, you guys end the game. Just press escape and end it.
It stays on hold.
Yeah, this might be over.
Yeah, just press escape and end it.
Yeah.
Nah, we can come back. Yeah, sure.
I already ended it. Okay, next time I'll let you guys.
Let you guys what?
Go another round.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still gonna randomize it though.
Alright.
And then I'll see. Gem, plat, diamond. Gem, diamond.
Yeah, the pass doesn't cost units. It costs lattice, whatever the blue stuff. I think this is the first pass they've ever done that costs blue stuff instead of yellow.
Is that balanced?
I mean,
I think so.
yeah.
Oh,
I'd
thank you
say
for the
yeah.
follow, Coke. American's not. Well, no, I don't think so, but for some reason I thought it was just very difficult.
Flies on the retrieve, got diver.
I was worried for a second because you guys didn't come out for some reason.
Let's go.
Blue is chrono crystals? You mean units?
Blue is chrono. No, it's about the units. Or whatever the fuck it's called. It's something, dude. Whatever the fuck it is, bro.
Shit.
Yeah, blue's units. The yellow stuff is lettuce and fucking tomatoes, bro.
Blue is.
Your what, D1?
Oh, I didn't do any bans. I forgot about that. Oh well.
30 seconds. Stay strong.
I see the way you're eyeing my bloodstone agenda. I'd back off if I were you.
Now, Elsa.
See what happens.
Gone on a defenseless little kitty, would you? I'm not usually that kind of hunter. But this
What's up, 2K?
The battle starts in 5.
To go through Dino Bubble? Something about the oh yeah. Goes to every shield or bubble or something like that.
Damn, I can't shoot that fireball. Oh, we keep getting dived.
You guys are indeed getting dove. You guys are indeed getting dove. Oh boy. Get away from me. Oh, snap. It's a little too much damage for me. I'm this fuck.
I saw someone. I keep getting freaking blinded. Oh, y'all got a Jubilee too.
Oof. That Bucky's going crazy. Uh-oh.
Oh, why'd I do that?
Scarlet's better than Moon Knights. They're both good.
Bruh.
Oh, you can't do that? Oh, that sucks. Got him. He thought he had me, but I teleported away. No, he has a checkpoint. Fuck.
I'm doing so much damage, I'm not killing shit.
That's not. I mean, your tank. Your DPS have to finish them off.
No, I get them low, but I'm not finishing them.
Hmm.
Okay.
Where in the hell is... Yeah, I don't want to mess with me. I don't want to mess with me. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Yeah, dude, what are you talking about?
Oh shit. Hold on. It was a prank. It was just a prank.
Yo soy el final.
We got people in the back. Where'd she go? Damn, this black cat's so fast.
Do you like that?
You're on point.
Sorry, buddy. This point's mine.
No.
Nice. Good job. Nice retake, guys. Damn lifesteal. I love it.
Okay.
Uh-oh, that's not good. Never mind, that's good.
Ooh, oh, nice. Was that a hook? Nice hook.
Nice health bar, buddy. It'd be a shame if I took it away. Oh, shit. Yo, get that Jubilee.
Not my Jubilee, no!
Nice.
No!
Get this hood, there could only be one. Don't run, don't run, don't run.
Help me. Bro, you got your boosted. What you talking
Yeah, you want to get your grandma to kill me, right? I got you.
What? Your grandma? I told you to bring an EpiPen.
Yeah.
I'm giving you, you know,
What if that shit don't work?
a little bit warning.
What if that shit don't work?
Is there a chance of them not working?
I don't know. I never used one. I don't even know how to even use it. Do I just stab myself in like the knee or some shit?
Yeah, I was
What
gonna
the?
say, in your thigh.
Something like that. How you doing? Yeah, I never had an allergic reaction, so. Though I'm not sure how, because I eat shit I'm allergic to all the time, so.
I'm so sorry. I think I charged that.
Nice.
The current score is
You can have them and not use an EpiPen? It's only for emergencies? I see.
Oh, so you have to see your reaction first before you use it.
Game.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this.
How do you react to when you eat fruit?
Nothing.
Or
I
have
just
you You haven't tried, or?
Nah, I've had bananas and apples and shit. They just makes my lip rash. That's it. That's it. It's not gonna kill me or nothing.
Good. You might be good.
Might. Your grandma's gonna think like, damn, why is he mocking my food? Why is he spitting my food out?
Trust me, you would love it.
I wouldn't
It's
spit it out in front of her, but hey.
Chat. Whoever hates like banana donuts or banana bread, there's something wrong.
I never even heard of
That
banana
shit's
donuts.
fire. It's
Let me
so
look it up. Oh shit,
Oh,
these
that's
do
what
look
it's
good.
called. Vanellos Dagu. Yeah. I think it was Dagu or Agat.
Wait, so it's not a banana donut?
No, that's what it's called in Shimano.
Mm.
But I'm not sure if that was the right word for it. So Bonellos is donut.
I see. Don't make me hungry right now. I'm sorry. It's too late for that.
I was gonna throw my psionic vortex.
We talk about food like every day on the stream. This is not the place if you're hungry. I'm sorry. You said he sucks? Why'd you say psychic sucks? Move out the way. I'm going for that Jubilee.
Why are you bullying our Jubilee, man? What the fuck?
I mean, shit, I'm unkillable. If I'm at 100, no one can kill me.
Shit.
This character's like unkillable at 100. I'm going straight to the back
Stop
line. I'm
bullying
ignoring
our
y'all
Jubilee.
tanks. I'm ignoring y'all. That do not matter.
Crazy. Damn, that's crazy. It's like I'm nothing to the team.
That's what you can do with this character. If you're at 100, you lifesteal so much that you can just walk through the tanks.
Oh.
Like I'm at 100 right now. I'm ignoring you now.
Shit.
Oh shit. Ooh.
What's your accuracy at?
Mine?
Yeah.
41. I've been holding left click like crazy, so I'm not really aiming. I'm only aiming when I'm like not really at 100. If I'm not at 100, I'm aiming, but like if I'm at 100, I'm just holding left click even at nothing. Because if I hit something, I'm gonna lifesteal, so I don't care about aiming. All right, goodbye. Where the support's at?
Nah, not my support.
Move out the damn way. Can y'all move? Yo, y'all ulted? Yo.
Dude, we hear you trying to target our healers. What do you mean we're not gonna ult for that?
Fuck no.
Oh shit.
You guys a team or something? You guys are actual team? Oh shit. What a bunch of losers. I hear this chat? They're an actual
I'm trying to
team.
protect them.
Who needs a team? Let's get these kills. Oh yeah, protect them from this. Yo, she's one. Kill her. Nice. Yo, what are you doing to me?
I'm trying to protect them. What else am
Protect
I
yourself.
supposed to do?
You gotta protect yourself first.
What do you mean? Oh shit.
Learn to protect yourself first before you protect your damn teammates.
What? I gotta protect my healers though. What am I supposed to do if my healers
You gotta pick
die?
one.
Then how am I gonna protect
Pick one.
myself?
You can't have both. Pick one. Sacrifices are meant to be made.
I did. I picked them.
Oh
If my
man.
healer's gone, what's gonna happen? The whole team's gonna fall apart.
So selfless.
Gotta be.
How do you expect to protect him if you can't protect yourself yet?
You got a dork ass, bro. This is why we got bans. Yeah, let's see some bans. And okay, we gotta make some switches.
I hate to have you as my tank. That's why I'm not a tank player. I want them kills. What?
Did I do that right?
I have the perfect attitude. Y'all just don't know ball chat. I'm making the new meta.
I think that was right. Who else was here? Okay.
You would have let me die if I was winning? I don't even know what healers we had. I didn't turn around once.
Crazy. He didn't give a fuck about you guys.
I don't even know what
Y'all
healers
see
we
that?
had. I'm not gonna lie to you. I know we had a Jubilee and I forgot the other one.
Damn, you forgot about your. Damn, dude, you forgot about your gambit.
Oh yeah, we did. I forgot about that. Bro, I don't turn around when I play tank. I play DPS. I don't turn around.
He doesn't appreciate you guys that much. That's crazy.
No, if you was on tank, I'd remember. I mean, a heal, I'd remember. But like, you're not my team, so like, you know.
What? D1 was on your team.
No, I'm talking about you. If you was on my team, I'd remember. But you're not on my team, so I mean, it's time to go crazy.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Let's play this Dino.
I feel like I'm not doing much with the Scarlet Witch team up.
They used the Moon Knight one. I used the Moon Knight one last match.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the Moon Knight one. I was using the Scarlet one.
I like the Scarlet one, but
it's kind of hard for me to place.
Sometimes I forget that I have it down.
I think it's better when you have it enhanced.
I be forgetting I have it enhanced. I mistakenly teleport to it, thinking that I didn't throw it out yet.
I clutched him so many times. No, for real though, if that was you clutching him, D1, because I would get Infer so low, and somehow he's miraculously at like 100% health.
I thank you every time, no? Usually.
Usually crazy.
Yeah, that's more than half the time.
Oh,
usually.
hold on. I gotta end. I didn't do the bands.
That's more than half the time. That counts for something, right, Chuck?
Thank you for reminding me, Ninja. There we go. Okay. We have bands on.
Man, yeah, just don't take the compliments when y'all get them.
Which hero do you think
There's only so many compliments, you know?
Because they're half-ass.
Half-ass? I would never do that. I give genuine compliments like 90% of the times, but my genuine ones, y'all don't take. Y'all don't take my genuine ones. It's only the ones I give when I'm forced to give. No one accepts my genuine ones ever.
Don't let that gambit through. Team, I'm letting you decide who to ban. Y'all better not throw us with the bans.
I don't even know who to ban. Let's ban some stupid stuff. Let's ban
Sure.
Jeff, what the hell?
You want stupid bans, right? Let's ban Jeff.
I mean,
ban Squirrel Girl.
I mean,
ban Ultron.
You got it. You got it. At least I don't got to ban BP anymore. It got nerfed. Can't one shot 250 no more. Dang. Oh, John Day Bandit Black Cat.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Oh snap! Wait, you guys messed up
I
banning
feel
Black
betrayed.
Cat.
DC, did you want to join for customs? Drone on Elsa, oh no.
That's pretty good. He gets the enhanced team up too.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
All right.
This spike looks very, very short.
Yeah, you gotta like hold it.
Dino?
Yeah, I keep forgetting you gotta hold the right click for the shield. You can't just tap it. It feels like you should be able to tap it.
I had mine for tap. I think I enabled tap.
Is there a setting for that for him?
Yeah.
Oh, I should turn that on.
I believe that was the setting.
I gotta turn that on.
I read through it pretty fast.
I'm dead. Holy shit, they all shot at me. Oh, they have a widow.
I'm
Fuck.
dead too.
Damn, she was so low.
I looked back for a second, and I looked back to the front. I didn't think you would die so quick.
I'm at her 1
I'm dropping
HP.
right now. I didn't get.
I was chasing the kill.
Okay. Why is her crosshair so bold? What's wrong with my crosshair? You guys are always
Here
trashing
we
my
go
crosshair.
again.
What's wrong with my crosshair?
Here we go again. Well, what's it look like now, bruh?
It's just a big dot.
Oh, okay. That's not the cursed Magneto one. Nah, chat.
Okay,
y'all gotta see her mag one.
My mag one
That
was
shit
not
had
cursed.
me in
What are you talking
tears.
about?
Now you got it. You know something we don't.
I'm as well.
Give me a second. I'm diving. You know me. Oh, I'm dead. Yo, GG, no heals.
Don't do her healers like that, dude.
I ran it down. Gramble, my tank's not peeling. Bet, I got you. Oh, it's YG. Yeah, GG, no heals. Hold on. Wait a second. Oh yeah, hell yeah, we got no heals. Nah, bro, GG, no heals, bro. Hold on. I didn't know it was you on healing. That makes perfect sense.
Wait, we need a touch point.
I can't. I'm 1 HP. Yo, he just so ulted me.
I tried.
Yo, where's my field at, bro? Like, what's happening?
Son, I'm 1 HP. Where you at?
Bro, I was killing you the whole time, bro.
I'm trying, I swear to God. I swear I'll never.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Okay, yeah, I can't peel for that. I'm not gonna lie. you are super dead.
I peeled. Very late. Oh shit! Bro, what the fuck?
Okay, unfortunately, Dino might still be ass, chat. His character just dies so fast.
Oh, chat, what do you guys think about the buffs and nerfs? Do you guys like it?
Come on.
Chase her! Chase her!
Oh my god, I keep getting lasered by hit scan. Wait, this character's ass cheeks.
Magic is. I feel a familiar chaos in the air.
Oh, that was so close.
Mutant magic, face oblivion.
I think that was a bad angle.
Settle, you're weird.
You need not fear.
Sure, I'll take a shield.
Much better.
Oh, he's 1 HP.
Dinner time, love.
Nice.
You trying to aim so hard, man. Oh.
Aiming is hard. Lock in. Hey, you're ace right now. You're cooking.
I'm trying. I'm trying. I hope my drivers are updating my game yet, so I won't be able to tell you. Oh, we haven't. You could check the notes though.
Fall back. Whoa. I can't even shield that. Damn, that thing is annoying.
This Spider-Man just, I cannot track. Aw, shit.
Yeah, that's not, you're not supposed to be targeting him. Unless he's like killing your supports.
Well, I only target when I see him.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah, he's gonna waste your attention.
Like not even broken. He's in a comfortable spot. Yeah, Mike's in a good spot. Matt got a little bit too much of a buff. Yeah, touch.
Yeah, it's no touching that. Go to the teleporter and teleport back. Oh, we're gonna stay here and die? Oh, that's not good.
I got you, Mag. I got you.
I bubble. Do you run if you can?
I'm dead.
Yeah, yikes.
As a mag main, I want more. What more do you want?
More? More is crazy. This character is extremely top tier.
I think Mag's had a good spot. I actually think Penny's adjustment isn't that bad.
Oh, it's actually a buff.
I actually think it's pretty good.
It was actually a buff, funny enough.
I was
People
thinking
tested
so.
it today and they're like, oh shit, it was a buff actually.
Watch out, Spotty in the back. What is this visual clutter, man? What am I looking at?
She's 1 HP.
No! Ooh, I still keep my ult? Oh, that's cool.
No, that's not good.
Only 60 seconds left.
We are getting bodied.
Perfect precision.
No! I wonder if I ult on point, it will count as a body.
On point? I think it would. The only issue with his ult is that you can die in it, and it doesn't heal you after you. Well, no, it heals you, but it doesn't. If you die in your ult, it doesn't end it.
Do you want to tell him?
Huh? I didn't say nothing.
Yeah, I was trying to touch point with my ult.
You talking about me, D1? Or are you talking to?
She's talking to you. Who else would
He
he be
said he was
talking
gonna
to?
go DPS Jeff. Last match. I said, okay. I mean, he obviously didn't do that, but you want a DPS? Sure. I don't even want to play.
Jared photo? Ooh, I want to see.
Oh, it's about to be some goon shit.
Wait, you said photos like that?
Oh. It's Wolverine from the X-Men 97.
Yeah.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Do they have it in Times Square, or did you?
Yeah, it's gotta be from Times Square.
Oh, okay. Any healers y'all prefer? Up to you. Up to you, Paris. Paris, what characters do you play?
No one escapes.
Are you trying to look like you're lagging? You're doing a very good job.
Talking about, I didn't know we were talking about stuff.
Good as hella. I mean, this not hella. Just I don't know. Oh, that was too close. Nice. Got her.
Are you who is good back there?
Yeah, we're good back here.
I got their gambit.
Well, that's not good. I'm not peeking that.
Wait, Ninja, did you kill me? What? Well, I got both healers. Man, why'd you ult on me, man?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Wait, the healers are back that quick?
I killed 2.
I shall claim my victory eventually.
This character is so damn boring, bruh. People actually play Ella. Let's say you didn't play Ella. I don't. I'm just playing her. It was a custom. I'm just playing random shit.
Yeah.
There's people out there that actually play this character. Holy.
Yes, keep it. I'm playing tank. I'm playing hood. How are you? I'm gonna nerf Bean, honestly. Spidey in the back. Shoot! I hate when they. God damn it! I
Oh,
hate when
this
they
character
escape.
is so unsuckable.
Oh no! I didn't know you were distracted by Spidey.
Kill one of the healers.
You know, we actually need some anti-dive.
I'm a bit too late for that.
You are right.
It was a bit too late for that. Just a bit.
I am returned to claim what is mine.
Natasha hooked me up to take them down. On the hunt. Can't run from justice.
Spider-Man.
Damn it! It takes so long for me to get to 100.
Going back after all.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Okay.
All right, nice. We're back. We are so back, chat. We are so back.
You're on my radar.
Someone's too scared to fight up close.
This is our vehicle.
Hey, yo. Quad, get a heal team. Oh, you're dead.
Damn it! That does suck when you could die in your ult. Can you get healed in your ult?
Nope. That's why I said it's like, it's kind of meh. This ult's kind of meh.
Yeah, it is kind of meh.
Hey, if you're ulting, you gotta make sure you hit everything. Or you just... can you end your transformation early, chat? I don't remember.
Shit.
Force them ult. You can end it early? Okay, yeah. If you're about to die, just end it early, yeah.
I want to try to play aggressive, but I keep dying.
GG no heals? I'm joking.
I guess I'll be passive, more passive instead. It
Yeah.
is a lot of damage we're taking. No!
He's 1 HP.
Wait, he's 1 HP! Get him! No!
He got health back already.
Oh shit, I'm dead. Everyone died. Oh.
The final 10 seconds.
That's not good.
Perfect precision. Final score. 1, 2, 3.
I wonder if can he get headshotted in his ult chat? Does anyone know?
I think I was getting headshotted in my ult by the enemy ult.
He can?
I don't know. Oh, you can. Yeah.
Hella not bad. It was not bad. Just this character is boring as hell. You're so boring.
Good game. Good game. Did you guys still want to do customs or you want to move on to ranked? I don't think anyone. Oh, King Kiyoshi joined, so we'll do another one for King.
All right, one more.
Oh. I don't know who played last one.
Rigged? Was it rigged?
Rigged. I guess I'll play heal so I can warm up for. Oh wait, no, I'm playing on the alts.
Oh, we're
Okay,
doing
so I'm
alts
not
today?
Yeah, we're doing alts.
I almost forgot what we were doing.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'm thinking about food.
What kind of food? I made jerky yesterday and I almost finished like all of it and it's kind of sad.
All of it? Damn.
It's so sad.
Am I gonna banish from this match?
Jeez, that is. There's no way it's that good.
Oh, YG is Lord Mag? I didn't know that.
You just made it? It can't be that good. Like,
oh shit.
It's jerky, but goddamn, that good is crazy.
Oh, I love jerky. I love good jerky. I messed this one up though because the marinade was too salty.
How long does it take you to make it? Is it hard to make?
I dehydrated for a couple of hours. To do the marinade, it's pretty short. I let it sit in for like 30 minutes to an hour. But to dehydrate, it's like 8 hours minimum. But I usually go more just to be safe. I prefer to have it a bit leathery too.
I see, I see. Who do I play now?
God, should I play DPS today? Should I
They're
play tank today?
both. Why not both?
Because when I play tank, I hardly play DPS.
What do you mean you hardly play DPS?
When I play DPS, I switch more with tank. I'll do DPS.
Hood on, guns out. Let's go.
You said you want to practice more Bucky or something like that.
What team up do you use for Bucky?
Elsa. The Elsa one. The Elsa one lowers his cooldowns. Like crazy. His cooldowns are extremely low. On like all the skills, that's all it does.
Let me read it. Oh, it's a passive.
Yeah, it's a passive. It just lowers his cooldowns. That's the passive Elsa has. He just gets it as well.
Wow. That's nice.
The enhanced one doesn't really matter because you max it out in like 2 seconds. Yeah, that's why he's so broken right now. You can just spam his E off cooldown. The little ball thing that he sends out, that shit has like no cooldown.
I was already at war too, and it turned me into a weapon.
How come you're saying that like it's a bad thing?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh, and what I meant to say is I usually kind of stick to one role when I play.
Okay.
Usually. But when I play DPS though, for some reason I often switch to tank. Hold up. I pulled the wrong way though. Oh, it's you.
Whoa.
I didn't know it's you.
You looking like Ember out there. God damn. You got those on you?
Ember. Give me a cat point.
Yeah, you don't know Ember? You haven't met him before?
Get him. He's so low. He's so
Yeah, one day you'll meet him. Finest hooker you've ever seen.
Oh, I want a hooker name. Who's this?
Second time I died trying to leave through there. I'm not gonna really do anything if there's that much people looking at me.
Oh, both our heals died. I did not notice that. Second time Nasu died trying to leave out that room. You died.
Earlier, I think
Trying
I
to
did.
leave out that room? That's funny. Ooh, I fucking Kiyoshi!
Uh-oh. No, that's not good.
Oh no, why'd you swallow? Thank you for the lurk rat. Oh damn, did he swallow my team? No, you guys are good. Ooh. This guy fun. Who are you playing, YG? Oh, the hood? Infer, what the
Come back. Don't hide. Why are you hiding? Really? Going into the spawn? That's cheating, dude. If you leave the spawn, you can't go back in.
Ooh.
That's the rules.
Nah. Gotta play smart.
That's not really.
Hey, does Bucky
Playing
have
smart's
infinite
no
range?
fun. Yeah. Playing smart's no fun though. You gotta have some balls.
Come here, healers. Come here. Come here.
Oh shit, where do you go?
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yo.
When you guys get dives, come forward. It's hard to help you when you move back. I heard a Jeff. Jeff, where you at?
I am ready to put on a show. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
No.
Oh, these guys are dead. Nice. What the fuck? Who you feeling like? Hold on.
Oh, God damn it.
You thought you was Superman or something? Nah, stand down.
Time to switch things up.
Oh my God.
Which side you're on?
Nice try, buddy. Nice try.
Top-notch team to win this one.
Let's go.
This skin is sick, chat.
I don't mind filling if you guys want to play DPS or not.
Filling.
You're sticking with this?
Filling.
It's
fun, yeah. He's so fun.
Up to to you, Paris. Up to you. Actually, what
I'll
kind
use the
of
other team up for this
Oh, they're
one.
both?
You're gonna find out how much chaos I can cause.
Yeah, I think the Scarlet one's better, but I like the other one better. I mean, they're both good, but I think the Scarlet one is for sure better, since you can like teleport to it during your ult and stuff. And it's just more damage, area denial.
Why? Well, okay, maybe. It's just part of being a vampire. But wait, how do you?
You really don't want to know.
I like the another team up better. I don't know. I'm a full on with the Scarlet one for a little bit. I just gotta remember that I have it out because I keep forgetting.
What the? Oh, I didn't think he'd actually get me there. Thank you.
Look at this thing.
Ew.
Oh, what? I didn't get healed? You guys gotta walk up a little bit. Yeah, we killed two. You guys gotta walk up there.
Punisher. Oh. Come back, come back. We must regroup.
Oh, they're down. Come play up here. Come play up here. We don't need that much people on cart. Stand back, bruh. Yeah, I don't want none of this. Let us end this game in peace.
I think the MK team up is worse for generating demon juice. Huh?
Demon juice? Why you call it demon juice?
What?
What? Just say the passive. Demon juice is crazy. What you mean though?
All right, I'm gonna head on to the alt.
All right.
Never again, please.
What you mean never again? Bro,
You
you're
said please. I'm so.
it's because there's a Black Cat got banned. There's no way that's the only character you play, John. There's just no
Nah,
way.
he plays Elsa. He has Lord Elsa.
They banned that too, or what happened? Let me see. Oh, that wasn't even banned. Why don't you just play Elsa? Yeah.
I'm gonna switch over.
All right.
Also have to use the restroom. Yeah,
Go for
Jubilee
it.
Demon Juice never runs out.
I'm gonna start calling it this. Oh lord. That's it. Yeah, you missed the other ones. What account is this? There we go.
If y'all want longer customs, I'd be able to do it on like Monday. But I can never do it on my short days.
It's understandable. Yeah, GG's everybody.
Thank you guys for the games. Thank you, thank you.
I slept for so damn long yesterday. I woke up. It was like
That sound is
4
so
p.m.
nice.
Okay, but it wasn't intentional. I was trying to get some work done. I wanted to edit some videos. Well, I wanted to upload 2 videos today, but then I only got to upload 1.
Be right back, chat. Be right back.
Yeah, I slept for like 13 or 14 hours or something. I don't even know. It was overtime, bro. I had to catch up on sleep because I lost so much sleep from the subathon. And the day after Tokon came out, so I was like, oh, I want to play that. My game opening? Okay, it is. Old man need his sleep. Okay, never mind. I forget. Okay. I regret bringing this up. Just forget it. About some old men need to sleep. 2. Ain't no 2. It's just y'all, not me. It was bad. I get back into the game. It's all good. GG's, bro. They're just customs. Be like that sometimes. I've played customs some nights where I lost every custom. Be like that, bro. Can't win all the time. I don't know. You stay up till 5. That's because I have so much energy from, because I don't have to leave the house most of the times. I'm sure you'd be able to do it if you stayed home as much as I did. Also, is my job, so like. And yeah, my sleep schedule is like way different than yours. It may look like I never sleep, but I just sleep during the day.
They're gonna find out how much chaos I can cause. That marks the spot. There you are.
Yeah, it doesn't show the anti-heal. You see it, chat? On the team, it's not showing it. The damage over time is definitely working. And also, it doesn't give you demon juice or whatever the hell y'all want to call it. The team up doesn't give you that. Unless you're talking about the Moon Knight one.
If Khonshu wants to give me his blessing, I ain't gonna complain.
I mean, you can see the down arrows. It's there. It just doesn't. I don't know why it doesn't show it. It's probably on the website. Let me check. Oh, no mind. I already found it. Let's see. The healing reduction is up to 40%, 5% per hit.
Well, looky here.
Oh, the Moon Knight team up is less. When the Moon Knight team up, when the shield explodes, it's 35%. The damage reduction they get from shooting through the wall is 35%. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, the 1-to-1 is definitely better. You get a higher max too.
I'm back. A snack.
What you eating this time, dude? Please tell me you treated yourself.
Jerky.
Oh, well, does that count? You eat that too much.
No, I don't. I haven't had this in like a couple weeks because I stopped dehydrating to see what the bill was going to be.
Oh.
It won't be till this month, so.
Fair enough. Play Iron Fist this season? Yeah, I played Iron Fist earlier. The wall healing reduction is 20%. You heal 20% less when you heal through his wall.
I can recommend to use all the other bonuses of the wall faster.
I mean, it breaks and turns into the normal wall, is what it does. It doesn't just like break and disappear. It turns into the normal wall afterwards.
And
First 5 rounds. What? Oh, wait, let me get out of training.
I was showing on chat the drink I got. I forgot. Liquid IV, there we go.
I gotta change the name of this account. Chat, how do I change this one to? This was gonna be a Human Torch account, but it's not that anymore.
Who are you playing now on this account, or is it just anyone?
I don't know. Probably gonna fill again. Probably gonna fill.
But yeah. Never mind. Never mind.
What? Just say it. What? Wait, what name? Wait, no, say it. Nah, say it.
Why do I have to say it?
Wait, you chat, tell her to say it. Like what? You were gonna say I'm taking suggestions. What name?
I'll suggest. Okay. I have a different one in mind.
I have a
Twinkie.
name.
Be Twinkie.
What? A Twinkie? Why would I want to be a Twinkie? What? Where's the correlation?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this?
Like the food Twinkie?
Yeah.
Are those even? Do they still even make those?
Yeah, they do. They're very rare though.
A Twinkie. You want me to be a Twinkie?
Yeah,
Out of
there's
all,
filling inside.
out of all the foods you could have named.
Pop-Tart? I'm trying to name.
Why does it have
something with
that
a
filling inside? Wait, what?
Cause you're filling, right?
Oh, I see what you did.
That was the correlation.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, what? Where's the correlation here? Oh, okay, that was actually pretty clever. I'll give you that.
It doesn't seem like you like it that much.
Nah. I like it. I like it. I just was confused as to the correlation. I'm like, where do you get Twinkie from? Are you just thinking about food again? Like, I don't know. Yeah, sure. I'll put Twinkie.
Chat.
I was just nah, you got it. I was gonna do like, I don't know, Ember or something, but yeah, Twinkie
Ember
works.
too.
Nah, it's too late. I'll be a Twinkie.
Well, no, that doesn't count because you gotta be playing Bucky.
It's all good. I'll be a Twinkie. It's all good.
Hood on, guns out, let's go.
I'll be a little old Twinkie. You are insane. You are insane. I've never. Oh man.
You're so good at hi, calculate.
Before you attack, get ready.
So like, how did you come up with Chester's name?
Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland.
Oh.
So he's gray, and he also has, you can't really see it on stream, he has stripes on his tail.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
It sounded fitting, and because we also came up with like
4, 3,
Nimbus, but it just didn't feel right.
all you need to do is capture the mission area.
If it was a white cat, I could see Nimbus.
What was that?
If it was like a white cat, I could see Nimbus. Or if it was like, it's like Nimbus is more of like clouds. That cat is a black cat. I remember my old house. My friend, her cat was named Snowball. It was a white cat.
Cute. Oh, Hulk is so low.
You did. This guy die? Damn, I got the enhancement in time. Let's go.
What do you name your dog? Iggy?
Iggy? Iggy, like from JoJo?
Maybe. I was thinking of Iggy Azalea.
Yeah, Iggy Azalea. Yeah, he's someone from JoJo. It's an anime. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I don't know what I would name a dog or cat. I don't know. Never thought of it. But whenever I get a cat, I'll name it. I'll think of something. That guy's dead.
Oh no!
What?
I tried to peel, but I died. I got one hit.
I have ult, but yeah, it's much you guys are dead. Can't use it yet.
How about Iggy from Mario?
Is it an Iggy and Mario? I feel like I remember this Iggy, but I don't remember the name. I mean, what the Iggy looks like. Molten them. Oh, he's so low.
Oh, I bet it an ult. What? Our healers died. Oh. Or one of them did. I feel like as a DPS, it doesn't seem that good to bait ults.
Oh.
So you can't really get kills with them.
God, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god, I almost jumped back off the map. That would have been so awkward. W, chat, W. Nice save, thank you.
We have a healer ults, we need to use it.
I'll comment. Yo, can we use these ults, please? Like, they have no support ults. Like, Luna ult us in. Or Wi-Fi, any of you, it doesn't matter. Like, someone please ult us in. Someone go first. Thank you.
What? Oh. We didn't need both.
Yeah, it's whatever, I guess. Take the point.
Oh my. I don't want to backseat them.
Shit, I will. We're gonna lose if we don't. Some of them are probably just forgetting that they have no ults or not ult tracking like we are.
I don't think it was ult tracking because there was no reason to do a double.
Oh, the second one. Oh, I thought you were talking about.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about both of them. The fact that they didn't ult. Yeah, the second one, yeah. Oh, I was about to ult, damn. I can ult after this.
Can someone portal?
Portal. Oh, I'm still alive.
I'll portal.
I stopped touching though. I'm 1 HP. Damn. Mantle over blue. Oh, there's a hold. Team up state effect.
You're gonna find out how much chaos I can cause.
Activated locally display. What does that mean?
Chat, they have. Who's the other tank? It was a Dino, huh?
Yeah, it's Dino and I think Hood as well. Or some. I'm pretty sure it's Dino and Hood, unless it's Dino's little tank. I like Tank Blade. Tank Blade. What are you guys talking about?
I wonder what I should do to adjust for our team as a DPS.
Not really on you. I mean, you just you're already doing your job. Just get kills. Just get kills.
I'm just trying to figure out what else I could do to help.
Spam your E off cooldown into the crowd and slow them. That would help a lot. This Bucky's E has like no cooldown. Focus the Dino though. So it puts pressures on their healers. Yeah, focus the Dino for sure. That's what you should definitely do. Nice. Hey, you got 2 kills. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, it's good. It's not bad. We forced the ult. It's not bad.
We are down, what, 10 kind of DPS? Okay. Okay. If I ult, they probably have a healer ult.
Let me see if I can force it. Wow. Oh, that's not good.
I kind of want to regroup. We're down a healer.
Hold on, there's a freaking big dino on me.
Hey, hold on, come back, come back. Where'd she go?
She dead.
Okay,
nice.
Cool. Oh. No.
Uh-oh.
I waited too long.
I mean, you kind of had to wait anyway. You didn't have a choice since there was a cloak ult.
Yeah.
Arsenal's not doing much. He just keeps dying. So I said it's not really like on you.
Well, no, I don't think it's on me, but I do want to try to help with.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Trying to peel for her, but like.
Come on, portal.
Portal? Oh, it's too late. We gotta take this. Take the TP. Take TP. Take TP right here. Take TP.
What the? I fell down. Yeah, it's good exploration.
Same thing about our white fox keeps dying as well. Last game.
Good night, Ninja.
Good night, Ninja. Man, I was cooked. That's unfortunate.
That was indeed.
In matches like that, there's not much you can really do there. Can only do so much though. Kind of reminds me when I was playing the Solid account. Like some matches, like it's just you have no agency there. It's not up to you if you want to lose. Like,
Oh, I have a question for DPS players.
literally, no one else had more than 5 finals on their team other than me and you. You had 7, I had 11. Everyone else had 1, 3, or 0, or 2.
Shoot. Okay, DPS players. My question is, how would I reword this? Because it's easy for a healer to tell a DPS to bait out an ult before they ult. But also, when you bait out a healer ult, it kind of makes your ult useless since you can't do anything.
What do you mean?
So when do you think, like if I ulted as Bucky and then a healer ulted, it's good that I got a healer ult out so that our healers they're basically like an ult up.
Yeah.
But then my ult means nothing
Correct.
for that.
Well, you should try and not use your ult to force it. You should try and like, you'd have better ult economy, yes, but like you should try and use your base kit to force it first before like just using your ult.
Okay.
Because that's 2 ults for 1, unless like they have nothing else after that.
Okay. As a DPS, I don't really try to ult to bait a healer's ult. I try to get the most value out of it.
Yeah. Or you can let your support go first, and then their support's gonna go. and then after that, you use your DPS ult to clean up. But you have to make sure you definitely clean up with it though.
Yeah, because it's so easy for me as a healer to tell a DPS to use their ult first. That's just for ult economy though.
Yeah.
But playing DPS, it feels different.
I get what you mean though. Like, let's say Namor ults first. Well, if Namor ults last and like he misses, then well, yikes.
Yeah.
That's awkward.
Ooh, maybe I'll play Namor.
Hey, you should learn Namor. He's pretty good.
Yeah, I could play him. I could either give Dano a Punisher team up or play Namor for Hela. Oh, they banned Namor anyways. Never mind.
Aw. Yeah, it's very situational. Exactly what Katie said. I don't like using my Psylocke ult to bait healer ults. Because I feel like Psylocke ults are really good at cleaning up, so I wouldn't want to waste it on something like that. Unless you're playing like a character like, I guess like Moon Knight or someone that gets all really fast.
Yeah, I guess it also depends on the character you play too, huh?
Yeah. Like a
Did
Luna.
they spin the wheel for their ban picks?
Probably. Like Luna takes ages to get ult, so I wouldn't want her having her ult wasted, that's for sure.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Yeah, try and apply enough pressure to make them ult for using your ult. Like with Psylocke, I'll use my entire kit diving her first, and then oh shit, I have no cooldowns now. Then I'll finally ult.
On defense, you should bait healer with DPS ult first, so that you... Oh, that is such good advice, Lee.
Yeah, that too.
3, 2, 1.
You know what? Forget it. Let's just do this.
Size ult is to panic click when you're about to lose to a Luna. I can't see shit. What the fuck?
Did you walk through his wall?
No, everything's red.
Huh.
No way our cloak is gonna Oh, it's fine. Oh, I might as well put a turret here.
Damn, I almost killed her.
I'm hitting shit.
Man, that cloak is so low. I keep getting her so low, and then she just heals. Oh wait, let me target Gambi. He's 250. What the fuck? I'm stupid. My target priority is horrendous. What is wrong with me? Like, why am I going for a cloak that can ice form up when I'm under the 250 HP Gambi right in front of me? Oh, what?
I don't like the hood windows. They're both red. Hopefully they give them colored borders or something. Yeah. I guess I gotta target Iron Man. Kind of annoying.
I can help you do it, don't worry. I almost killed him, but he just keeps running away from me.
I wanna... Come on. Yep, I got you. Oh shit. Okay, cool.
I have ults. I'm gonna do it afterwards. Oh man, they ran. Lame.
I have to focus these flyers, but he has so many hiding.
No, I can help you do it. This guy just keeps running away.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh. I hear him. Where's he at?
He's trying to ult. Get ready. Iron Man's trying to ult you guys. Oh no. Showed it for too long.
Got him.
Nice.
You really so soon? Did you miss me? Down to 30 seconds.
I don't have one kill. I feel like I'm doing so much damage.
Was that bad positioning, chat? Probably, since I was in front. No. Ooh.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Holy. Oh, whoa.
Oh, am I turning my shield off? Oh, fuck. Whoops.
Where's this Iron Man?
He's in the air. He's like below half.
Okay. Ooh, I ain't dealing with that. What's the health pack around here?
Got that guy. Goes dead.
Y'all didn't see that. Y'all didn't see that.
Oh, we got a touch team.
Oh, I was gonna say, chat, why is she DPSing?
Man, they ran. God damn it. I will say that ult is really good at shutting down like objectives. Like they all just run away from the site when you ult.
Hey, Iron Man's not dead.
Wow, I forced his ult. That's his ult down. That down needs to get out of there. Ooh, I got Iron Man.
No, I'm dead.
Uh-oh. Oh, good. Oh, good. We traded.
Okay.
Gambit's dead.
Punalite is back, yes.
The current score is
Nice.
0.
Okay. We're cooking.
Things up.
I'll put this back to hold chat. I feel like I'm messing up. Leaving it like that.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Put on, guns out, let's go.
Thoughts on Tokon? The game's fun. Just has a big learning curve if you're new.
Who should I play?
Can I pick your character?
Sure. As long as it's not my main characters. But you know that.
Black Widow.
Black Widow?
Yep. Let's see what that Widow can do.
What? Thank you for the file, Gary.
The Phoenix team up. Make sure right click instant. You don't have to charge your right click with the Phoenix one.
Do I right click first and then?
I mean, right click slows. You can just use it whenever. Yeah, you can just use it before shooting someone. Yeah.
Oh shit! I forgot she doesn't have her ADS thingy.
Nope. It's just like Punisher, but you're faster.
I did like that.
Someone gets next to you, kick him.
The mask call.
4, 3, 2,
Mask. Yeah.
Oh, that's running. Okay.
Yeah, he runs infinite now. That guy's dead.
There's Iron Man. Where's he at? What are you doing, bro?
I just ran him
Can I
down.
dash up?
Chat.
Wait, chat, how does she have her dash thing? Oh, it's Q, huh?
Oh, if you
How do I enable that?
if you run and jump, you can do a slam.
Ah, okay.
I'm gonna play aggressive because I'm close to ult. I'm kinda.
Yeah, just be careful because our healers aren't here.
Yeah.
Oh, they are. Oh, shit.
They have no healers.
Where the hell? Okay.
Where even is he? I hear him
I
too.
think he died. Oh, he's still here?
Nah, he's dead. I pressed tab and checked. This guy is just always offing. He's perma offing. Like, holy. Oh, she's ulting. Are they triple? Oh, they are.
Wait, I can't get out of this?
Oh, press Q to turn it off. You just press Q or just a button.
Oh.
You can
Wait
turn
a
it off
moment.
and on. You can
I
turn it
have
off
3
and
more
on.
shots. No.
Yeah, turn it back on. Well, it's too late now, but.
Oh.
Final score 2-1.
That wasn't so bad. How long is her duration for her ult?
Like 10 seconds or something.
Oh, because I gotta use it fast.
It's something like that.
Deadliest shot since Billy the Kid.
Guess I'm gonna change my name to Twinkie.
Only 157.
No,
Oh, look at you. Be so cute.
you trolled me.
Oh, were you doing something?
I was changing my name.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I'll have to find the letters I want to put that aren't taken. Give me a second.
You're actually changing it to Twinkie?
Yeah.
Hero, do you think you want
Oh, that was a suggestion, though.
I mean, it's just an all anyway. It's not that deep.
Okay.
I'm not gonna leave it super hot fire, even though this count isn't even a. It's not a Human Torch account anymore.
am I gonna banish from this match?
Change it to Twinkie. This is a fill account.
Chat, what GPS should I play? I think I want to do hit scan, I think.
Ooh, do Phoenix. She just got buffed. Buff is nice.
night, Samantha. You see, you could tell a lot about a man based on his alt username.
Whoa, what is that supposed to mean? Good thing all my usernames are crazy, right? Right?
They have a bunch of alts.
Yeah, none of them have crazy usernames. I think.
I think so. I think none of them do.
What's up, Joy? How's Hood? He's fun as hell. I love this character. Sick.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
We've been Joy.
You guys use the Hello team up or the Rogue?
Hella. The Hella one has built-in anti-heal.
Hmm.
Let me see.
You did Mr. Fana to up to Emperor? I don't think I want to play Fana.
Mr. Fantastic? That wouldn't upset me, it would upset her. Because that character will probably put her to sleep.
30 seconds before you attack.
That's all you. That would not affect me.
Wow, you look tough.
You look like you belong in high school. What are you?
A famous singer.
Asgard has been invaded yet again.
No one's banning him? Apparently people think he sucks. Well, people say he does no damage. I mean, you need aim. I don't know what to tell you there.
Plasma Buster.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was the Widow account. Whoa. I can't jump to the side. Man, it's so lame. Why is... Yeah, fly over it. Yo, if you'd have flown into it, I would have cried laughing.
Oh, they have a bunch of flyers. Oh no, they only have 2.
That's good. That's good for us. We're hits down. And they have a thing. This is perfect for us. What is that guy doing?
Well, let's keep pressuring.
Yeah. Walk up, walk up, walk up. They're down one. Got that guy. Got another one.
Got this thing. Nice stagger on theme.
Not done yet. What's that, big brother Jill?
Oh, he's one hit.
So he's a tank? That's not his job? Yeah, he's a tank, but people want him to do damage, but they forget he's a tank. He does a lot of damage, though, especially when you're in this form. Like, look what I'm about to do to this girl. And he has insane util. Like, his util is through the roof.
Bruh.
Like, he has
We're
anti-heal.
not gonna talk about that, chat.
He has anti-heal and crazy damage reduction and stuff. What the fuck?
I feel like my wrist is not in a good position for aiming.
Wow. You've got to be shitting me. I'm waiting. Fuck this girl. Nah, my ult lasts way longer than yours.
Cool.
That guy just wait to ult. That guy's dead.
Wasn't I aiming there? What the? I fell, chat.
What happened to you?
Yeah. I was aiming, but I guess when you press your primary when you ult, you can't really aim that well. So I was moving pretty fast.
Oh, you aimed into a wall or something, or?
I aimed at Wolf and Wolf was moving. So
Oh.
I was trying to move with him, and yeah.
This guy won't leave me the fuck alone. Leave me alone, Wolverine.
There's
You're not killing me.
There's a Star-Lord in the back.
Star-Lord. Oh, I see. I'm here. Careful, careful, careful. No, no Diama.
Complain about his damage from shooting from the next day over.
Yeah, he has damage fall off. Like, you gotta be close. He's not a DPS. I'm about to ult these guys. Oh, I'm dead.
We are alive. Oh, I'm alive at least.
No, I did that. I was supposed to press alt, but I just brain farted.
Ain't ready for oblivion yet.
What is that, emo Walla? Oh shit, that guy's dead.
I'm not gonna try to beat him for that damage. No, you're lying. Wolverines would chase diving tanks to the edges of the world. Hi, Walla.
Dude, is she gonna only have a roll for me? I'm not even playing DPS. Got him. He didn't expect me to hold it. That's what he gets. I'm not going empty-handed. Let me get somebody. Let's believe I'm gonna get mines.
Cool. I stunned it.
The fact that you can't see the anti-heal it's applying is pretty hilarious. I'm just shooting whoever I put in the servo because I can't tell who's anti-heal and who's not. That shit's kind of cheese. It's like hidden anti-heal. Oh, damn. Nice.
Oh, the rocket amp. The rocket amp. I don't even know how I reached them though.
A floor path. You got 3. Holy shit.
Damn.
Time to switch things.
I need to rewatch that replay.
Good job.
Thank you, thank you.
The right heroes could make
See, chat, I give compliments. Why don't you appreciate these ones I give?
Because they're genuine. Wait, why don't they
Wait,
appreciate it?
What? So y'all only want the ungenuine ones? That's crazy.
Wait, no.
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 It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. Too late. Too late. What the fuck? Stop putting diva ass in my chat.
No, I keep doing it.
Yo, you gonna make a first time chatter and get scared away. What's gonna be a first time chatter and get scared away? Good luck with that. It's too much ash. Kill the ash, chat.
I was the first time chatter. I don't think I'd be scared.
Ah.
I think it's a very welcoming
That's because you're a
message.
gooner.
No, I'm not. I'm appreciative. I appreciate things.
Wait, what? But when I appreciate things, I get clipped and shipped. This is ridiculous.
I don't know.
What?
I mean,
be clipping me out of context.
I don't know
and
if you're
stuff?
appreciating or gooning. It seems more to the gooning side.
You can't be both.
4, 3.
I just appreciate beauty when I see it, which is why I compliment Psylocke every day. Like, what's wrong with that?
Every day.
Y'all just jealous.
Every day.
You wouldn't compliment Psylocke every day? Go do something. It was an alright Phoenix ult? Oh, you a hater.
Too many fucking colors. Stop putting in so many damn colors.
More colors. No, Cyclops.
There's someone.
No, it's the Hella. I want to go get her.
Me too. Oh, never mind. You got her before me.
Appreciate the help though. She was cornered.
Body pillow.
What? What are you talking about?
Talking about you. Who else are we talking about?
You. You got some Genshin body pillar or something? You gotta. I know you do.
Genshin.
One Genshin character.
Wish.
Is that video
What the
still
hell
up,
is that
chat?
Punisher?
Somebody find that video, chat.
Of what?
That tier list. No context. She know what I'm talking about, chat. Find the tier list. Now, why is she silent, chat? Yo, chat. Why is she silent? She know exactly what I'm talking about.
Why do you make a portal here?
I guess a troll. I'm gonna go with them. That guy's lost his mind. Would that have just one shot chat if I had rocket ult? I teleported. What's up, Yuri, bro? How you doing? How's the games been going? Or what have you been playing?
She ulted? Oh, wow. Okay, they just... I guess they gave up.
Yeah, they probably did. I'm playing Valorant? Oh, nah. You went back to the dark side? Holy. Oh, we're dead as fuck. You went back to the dark side, huh? You relapsed. Sadly, I thought you said you wanted to quit Valorant.
You'll see. For real, DC, for real.
Wait, what did DC say?
Right. Need 4 more?
Bro. I said that because... Can this guy die? Oh, I meleeed his ass. Oh, let's win this first.
Oh, I messed up. Oh, I still got her, though.
That girl's dead. Nice. Good job, team.
Oh, no, my ace was taken. Bro, why are you
Get
always
back.
stealing
Get
it,
it back.
man?
Get it back. Maybe if you didn't make these body pillow jokes, you'd have it. Your duo's lame.
I don't make body pillow jokes.
You make some jokes about yourself. You're a damn body pillow. I know you got one of some Genshin character. I just gotta find it.
Do you even... Yeah.
Did I even want... I know some Genshin characters. I don't know which one you like the most though, but if I figure it out, it's over. 99. God damn it. My duo's lame.
Nah.
Like
I'm
gives
very
up after a few games.
of the
Damn.
Genshin characters.
Oh, we know. Believe me, I know you are. After that video, believe me. Somebody find it. Find her tier list.
Nah, y'all can't find it.
Find her Genshin tier list. Did you take it down?
We all have?
Nah,
Yeah.
did you take it down? Where the video at? Someone got it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wow. Yo. Chat, she deleted it. She took the video down, didn't she?
What are you talking about? I didn't upload any video.
I should have fucking grabbed the link because I don't. Oh my god. I saw the
Nah,
link
you're going
once.
nuts.
But no, I'm not schizo. I saw the link once. I just never clicked it and watched it.
I'm pretty
Because
sure.
someone posted it somewhere. I don't remember if it was your Discord or something or somewhere. Someone posted it.
No, I think you might be schizo.
Yo, she's
It's
deleting
okay.
evidence. What the fuck?
How would that would be too coincidental. That doesn't even exist. It doesn't exist. What are you talking about?
She turned in the lost media? Wow.
Chat, who should I play?
Nah, I'll pick your character. I got you.
Sure.
Let's see that thing.
Dean. Okay, I can play Thien.
I'll play Torch.
Why did we ban Mag? Why did we ban Groot? Oh, well, okay.
Still blow him up.
I'm confused why you banned like Mag though. Are there any DPS with the hood team up?
Magic.
Oh, Magic.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Don't ban Hood. I'm banning Dino or some shit. No, don't ban the Hood. Don't ban the Hood. It's a waste. God damn it.
Damn.
But I mean, I'm playing Torch anyway, but still.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
All right, let me make sure
bro,
this
you
shit
gotta
is
carry
binded.
me.
Yeah, I got you. I just gotta make sure this shit's binded.
Not me. I'm just wing it.
What the?
Gosh, the yellow bandage.
Bro, relax, relax, relax. We got this. We got this.
Oh,
chat.
this is gonna be hectic, chat. I'm probably gonna be solo tanking as Thien, flying in the air. Ooh, ooh.
We got this, chat. Have faith.
Probably gonna be dying. No, 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 no. We can't say that. I'm not gonna die.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Okay, okay. So the plan, right?
Yeah. What's the plan?
We need to find a lifting point. So where we're gonna lift.
Oh, we're taking lift
where we're
off.
gonna- Where do we want to start our lift at? I kind of want to do like the choke point right before the choke point if they don't push too far up.
All you need to do is
She has a deluxe body pillow, does she?
Deluxe. I don't like deluxe like that.
Oh shit.
That right there.
On
That's
the
where I want to
proof
do it.
chat. Where? Oh, there. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
That guy's dead. All right, let's go.
Why Punisher? What the? What the fuck? What is he doing? He's trolling, dude. What the fuck? He sent me directly to Punisher.
Bro. I did not know he rests. I just no. I can explain. I killed him right before I picked you up. I killed him before I picked you.
I missed him.
Bro,
What are you talking
bro. I killed him before I picked you up. I did not know they had a rocket. I didn't.
Crazy.
I did not know they had a rocket, bro.
I'll do my best. We've got trouble.
See, he's dead. See?
I'm on their healer.
Yeah, I'm with you. Look at that. See, I set you up for success.
Set me up. Crazy.
I set you up for success.
Crazy.
That's success I set you up for.
Chat.
Look at it, we got the point,
Right,
bro.
Let's
See?
try again.
Where you at?
Right here. Wait a moment.
What's that thing? Oh, you're trolling.
God darn it. I'm trying to.
Hey, who's
There we
trolling
go.
now?
Hey, come on. I'm trying to confirm.
Oh, I'm
there we
done.
go.
No, bro.
You're trolling.
Bro, you took 10 years and I let the Punisher just kill me.
Hey, you gotta make it easy when you're up in the air.
Bro, I'm directly on top of you. Just press the confirmation. What do you mean?
You're above the ceiling. You're on the next floor. What are you talking about?
Do you have eyes? Do you have eyes? All right, let's go.
Okay. Oh. It's so weird. Hold on. Okay, cool.
Oh, maybe you have to press it first.
Bro, you sent me to Punisher again.
No,
wait,
I got you.
We're good.
See?
We're good.
Oh, I'm dead. Punisher's back. Kill him, please.
No.
Yo, Punisher's 1 HP. Kill him. Nice.
Oh, wait. So, okay.
Yeah, you have to press it.
You're fine. So I guess I could stun them as soon as I land down. That's fine.
You a lift.
I'm
Press it.
checking the human stick.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Bro, What
It's
are you
weird 'cause
doing?
It's telling me to confirm and then initiate.
You know what time it is, Ben?
Okay, now
I
press
got
it.
2 confirms. One is confirm and one's confirm left.
Oh, I'm not sending you in there.
You better not.
I'm itching to send you. I'm not gonna lie, but still. No, I'm joking. I'm on. I almost sent her to die, chat. This is working because no one expects this fuck ass team up.
Executioner!
Yeah, right there, no.
Is it like overlapping? Might
Bro,
be. Yeah, I'm good. I just had to tap out real quick.
What? They blocked it? I didn't think you could block it with shields. Hey, where you at?
Killing them? Hold on.
Oh, nah, you're good.
Oh, they're all dead.
Okay, wait. So it's M4?
This is a high quality stream? It's always a high quality stream where I'm on Twitch and she's on thing. Always. We be cooking up. Careful out there, you're alone.
Oh, that guy died. Okay.
That guy's dead.
Oh, poor Rocket missed the portal.
Alright, where you at?
Okay.
I'm
okay, see?
Mm.
Oh, there we go. They're right there.
I'm low.
Yeah, low. Yeah.
I'm just cancel it. They're frying my health bar.
I'm gonna go this way.
Yeah, I was gonna try and sneak, but there's too many of them respawning.
Oh, it's my M5 for okay. Cool. Uses the default team up button to confirm even if she changes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Whoa, this thing! I mean, this.
You saw that
Punisher,
yeah.
They're just fucking crazy.
I killed him.
Nice. Oh, they don't even care about the point. Just look at that, we're cooking.
3, 2.
One of them even rage quit. I think. Goonet? I'm not gonna lie, chat. That's scary. I think a Goonet is scarier than a Gooner.
What?
Yes.
Whoa.
Not even being sexist. That I think a Goonet is scarier than a Gooner.
Oh, chat, I'm so silly.
What? What?
I was wondering why my ult didn't work because it had shield. I was like, oh, shields block it. I play invis and I use shield against it. It blocks. What am I thinking?
W. She's converting, chat. She's losing her support thoughts.
If she ain't 280, she ain't a lady. What does that mean?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Wait, whoa.
I would sacrifice you for something.
Bro.
Oh, they surrendered.
That's not. I didn't say that. Even if I were to say that,
dude,
it's only specific people, no names. That is not a real clip. That's out of context. That is not a real clip. Even if I were to say that, there's only a few people I would say that about. Yo, what's up, Marco? Woman goo materials lethal. Lethal. Lethal is great. What does that mean?
It really is in 4K. There's a whole clip. Someone bring that clip. Where's that clip at?
It's not real. Your nosebleed? That's a compliment, fake. That's a compliment. You just reaching out of context. Yeah, elaborate on lethal. What does that mean?
Lethal.
He said a woman.
Oh, who is it that you said you would sacrifice for Psylocke? I was told it was YG.
I didn't say that about anyone. I wouldn't say that about anyone.
Chat. Y'all were there, right?
Hold on, let me change my damn name. I wouldn't say that
Oh,
about
he
anyone.
said chat. Oh, it was you, fake.
All right, cue us.
Damn, he would. I don't remember saying.
I never said that. I never said that. Like, that shit is not me. What was this clip?
I can't lie. Oh my god, you cannot take that. You can't take that back.
I don't.
You can't take that back.
That never happened.
How you say I can't lie and then
That
take it
never
back?
happened.
Be for real.
That never happened.
Be for real.
That never happened, bruh.
Oh, look at Jeff, little toe bean. She's so cute.
He died after viewing woman goon material. What the fuck are y'all talking about? Wait, what are you guys talking? There's like 2 conversations happening in chat right now. What is the second half talking about? Woman goon material being lethal. Open up any smut model.
Should I play?
Yo, can we ban Hood, please?
You know, I put on.
No. No. Trust.
Chat, who do you guys want to see me play?
What if she plays Love in Deep Space, chat? We're cooked.
Love in Deep Space?
Yeah.
What is that, like romance in space?
Look it up. It's a mobile game. Go to images on Google.
Am I allowed to show chat or no?
Yeah,
I've seen
it's a
this
game.
before.
It's a game. You can show chat.
Not interested though.
Yeah, some stuff you'd play.
No, I would totally not do this.
There's some crazy images in there. Be careful.
I've seen this though.
She plays Genshin. She's already cooked. Fair enough.
Genshin.
Nah, Genshin's pretty tame compared to what she could play.
It is pretty tame, yeah.
Or what you could play.
But there's a lot of goons though.
Nah, there's worse.
What's
I've
up,
seen worse.
Spencer?
What's that one game, chat? Brown Snow, or what is the other one?
Ew.
What is the one with
What
the?
is brown snow? Posture check.
What is it? Brown Snow? Oh, Brown Dust.
So someone says Storm, Spider-Man, or Rogue. Ooh. Should we do
It's
a
Brown
vote?
Dust. Stop acting like you ain't know. You ain't know what? That's your OG game? Excuse me? My OG game is... Roblox was Call of Duty. Fuck, we banned the hood. Oh my goodness.
Freedom's
Oh shit, we're on defense. It's too late for me to make a poll.
Wait, you want a character to play? I can pick a character.
Yeah. Chat had 3 options. I wasn't sure what to choose.
What are the 3?
Huh?
What are the 3?
It was Rogue, Spidey, and Storm.
Storm.
Storm? Okay.
You're underestimating my light.
No, y'all not setting me up. No, she's not.
Oh,
playing
what team up
Spidey.
do you guys use, chat, for Storm? I'm assuming it's the...
Thor 1's fine.
Thor?
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't played her at all. Shoot, I haven't played her at all.
You getting back on Snowbreak? That was a sponsor. Don't do that. Oh, nah. I'm not playing that game.
Okay, chat, I'm just winging this shit. I don't know.
What? Wait, what? I can help you.
Is this guy really trying to get me out of the air? What?
I know it's crazy.
There's a Hella on the top.
Got Bucky.
Where's she at? What does E do?
E, that's the damage boosts. Or if you're in wind form, it's the speed boost. Buffs everyone next to you. Oh, and it like rains down lightning on anyone nearby.
Oh, damn it. Thunder grants damage boost.
Yeah, Thunder's damage, Wind is movement speed.
How do I choose between the two?
Shift.
Oh. This guy must fucking hate Storm. What the hell?
What? What?
I always see him aiming at me.
Where are you? I can bubble you.
No, I'm good. I'm good now. Maybe. Yeah, he's like...
I have no clue where you are. Are you flying like really high? Or something?
No, I was
Hey, yo, Storm, can we switch, please?
We just started. Oh, he is right though. I am getting countered.
The only reason he's on Storm is because he banned his name.
Well, I'm sorry, man. Somebody that's been out for a fucking day.
That was my character. What?
Why did you do that?
I'm the tank player. What are you talking about?
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, why'd you ban it? Good, I just came out.
It doesn't. That's not the logic. You don't ban a character because they ban on it for a day. You ban a character because they're busted, and he's not. He's literally balanced. But okay.
Okay.
Whoa, that guy's racist. Whoa, whoa.
What?
That guy's crazy racist. What?
Give up your argument.
Look in chat. What? Oh, that was crazy racist. He muted all of us already. He muted everybody.
Yeah, and it's always the females that are on fucking Squirrel, huh?
Brother, what are you saying?
Yo, were you born into this earth?
Like, there's no way you're a real human. What's wrong with you?
On this world? Were you like manifested into reality without birth? Like you were just created to control?
Wait, what is this kid?
Yeah, that's pathetic, bro. I'm not gonna lie, you're pathetic.
You need to get help. I can't lie. You need help.
You might need to get a little bit of help. You're kind of pathetic.
Like, what the fuck is this guy saying?
Your family love you? I'm sorry, man. That sucks. I'm sorry.
I won't, but
I mean, I just told my mom I was a little bit misogynistic.
No, your mom was the last person I talked to.
he told his mom that he was a little bit misogynistic. Okay, I gotta mute this kid.
That look older tell me, yeah.
If you
Oh my god, we have no healers.
faster than 2 miles per hour, then you can speak.
How is this flat?
You said you banned a dude that's been out for a day.
Yeah, because they're always broken.
Rebirth is a mutant's
You're not real.
Okay, wait. This game has to be lost.
Nah, yeah, his game is over. His game is over. Like, I don't know.
I just want to fight,
The
man. I
great
haven't had a
console
chance
to
to freaking
PC
fight.
migration ruined gaming.
Yo, you got
What
How
the
about that? Really cares about your opinion for
What's just happening in comments? I'm all wrong. Me too.
I thought you'd shut up for once.
Like the water bottle guy and this other guy is just crazy racist. The water bottle guy and the squirrel, even though they're both arguing, I don't fucking know what's happening.
That's the last thing you
I got you with a bubble.
You are really creative with these, man. You're really nailing
No, he almost died.
Bubbles, you get out, get out, get out.
What the fuck?
This game is lost. GG go next. That was a good body block by Dino, yeah.
Rebirth is a mutant's greatest gift.
I'm banned on Twitch. What'd you get banned for? I killed 2. Bro, this Gambit team up is still annoying. Holy.
Oh, my clone just here.
Strangers toying with reality yet again.
Shoot.
Armed and dangerous.
I have no way to, like...
This match is so winnable too. Match is crazy winnable. Why are we not killing this guy? There we go.
Holy.
Yeah, there's something wrong with our teammates. I don't know.
Yeah, I had to switch to
Kill this thing, kill this thing, kill this thing.
Nothing was happening.
I got Jeff. I gotta save my ult for Jeff.
What the? There's a hella in the back.
Got him. Hella in the back? Okay. I'm walled off by the fucking...
I got her. Never mind. They took her from me.
Sorry.
You're good.
Oh, they're using everything. Okay, that we lost it on. That's what you build Jubilee all the time. Whoa! Why did you? Why did he use the Jubilee all after you immediately? He didn't even wait or nothing. Yeah, this rank isn't real.
Loki Invis heals him.
Time to switch
What do you mean,
things up,
DC?
including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Be wary. No timeline exists.
That's
Jeez.
a word?
What's a word? Oh, yeah. That's a word.
Oh, he self-heals when he's invisible?
What's the pin mean? Oh, that was when we were doing customs. Me on pin that. It was way earlier.
Y'all still want to run? I'm gonna just do it. No question. I might actually run Mantis instead.
Oh yeah. Press some Mantis.
Actually, triple heal and one tank is not that fun though.
Get ready.
I mean, it doesn't even matter, low key. Like, I don't even want to win with this guy on my team. I'm not gonna lie. But I don't know. Just it doesn't matter. Just do whatever.
Yeah. Did I hear Mantis? You did hear Mantis. I'm playing Mantis.
I'm gonna just play safe.
I don't know what I did with my reticle though. What kind of reticle did I make here? What is
Not gonna
wrong?
lie, play one of your. Nah, I understand why people do this. It's like you would not want people like this winning. Win or lose, they're gonna stay insufferable. Oh lordy. What? The round just started. Why is this guy surrendering?
Oh my god. Come back.
I got you, run away.
I thought there was a health pack right there.
I'm gonna destroy this.
God, why do you guys run into the... Y'all gotta be more aware of these mines. I got you. Did my sleep help?
I think you got someone. It's hard to tell though.
Armed and dangerous! Gamut never falls!
Spider time!
Holy shit, there's so many nests. Okay.
Fuck. That sucks.
Oh, got me. Damn.
That should be sufficient.
Those banned. Gammon, Mantis, Hella, Penny aren't banned. They're not. And guess what I'm going? I am going Jeff.
I don't know how we're winning this, but I mean, I guess. Okay, that Phoenix just ran in and died. Like, I don't know. Can't teach that.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Their ult could... anyone could fuck me up in my ult.
I'm trying to kick this guy off Penny, but he won't switch. Got him.
Okay, wait, this doesn't feel right. I don't think I should be playing Jeff.
What's wrong with Jeff? Just play more aggressive.
It's easy.
It's easy, damn.
To play more aggressive, yeah.
Just play up here. If you're about to low, get low, I'll bubble you.
Frontline Jeff.
Okay, not that close. Oh shit, you're ballsy. That's why I said careful. Not that close. Okay, well that Jeff. Oh, I got him. Oh man. Fucking. Oh, got someone though. Doesn't matter. Yo, chat. What y'all wearing my Magneto?
Is that about his DPS chef? No, it's just maybe I'm definitely too passive, so that's why it's kind of easy.
Chat. What y'all wearing my Magneto? Make me feel sad about my DPS job. Yeah, she can replace me. Can't have that.
No, I never been up here before.
4 out
Oh
of
my
10?
god, this feels nice.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
Ooh, y'all think I could swallow them from up here?
Bro, my Magneto is crazy, Chaz. Quit playing.
I'm not cluttered though. They're all kind of like separate. Why?
Armed and
Uh-oh.
It seems we have again.
Yep, eat shit.
I countered not countered Jeff.
Bodied.
I swallowed Jeff after he swallowed me. He probably thinks I hate him. I could have just spit, yeah. I could have just spit.
Chat, my Magneto is disgusting, bro. Like, I know y'all mad. I know y'all are mad, chat. I wish I could be like me with Mag. This shit kind of fun, chat. Nah, bro. Chat, please,
Okay.
bro. Where's my props
I don't need to
at?
play heal anymore.
Hey, you
know
don't.
who
You
I'm
can
gonna
play anything. Quit playing with the kid, chat. Oh, she teleported. Man, oh, that would have been. I'm glazing
You
myself,
hit the roof with your ult. I'm gonna clown you.
bro. It was under. I was ulting under the bridge. I denied the site, and also I still killed him. I was ulting under the bridge, and I still killed him after the ult. So I don't want to hear nothing. At 20 finals, bro. Quit playing with me, chat.
Oh, good shooting, Mac. That's really good.
Solo tanking too, by the way, chat. Yep. Where's my props? That's your fault. Who told you to go under the bridge? Okay. Yeah, all right. Cannot win with this, chat. Yo, this guy. I gotta report him. I gotta report him. There's just no way.
That just felt like a keepy.
Oh, that was kind of mean.
I mean, no, okay, it does sound kind of mean. I literally was just
Damn, if I was
playing
on the
random
enemy team and she
characters,
said
dude.
that to me, I'd have shed a tear.
That did sound mean. It just
Damn, that's what she thinks about us when she beats us in customs, chat.
no.
It all makes sense.
And y'all sweat
When
really
she
hard
beats
in
our
customs.
asses in customs.
No.
She said that was like a QP.
No. Wait. You better stop. Chat, it does not feel like
That's
that
what
when
she
you
really
play
thinks.
customs. That is not what I.
Damn,
that's not
bro. That one time she beat the shit out of us in customs, chat.
Real. What?
Damn, bro. Cheer my damn feelings.
They smurf me. Oh, that sucks. I mean, I swore I thought we gave up, so I was just playing any fucking character.
Nah, I feel you. I'm trolling. I know exactly what you mean. I thought we were gonna lose.
I'll play one more.
I did not think we were gonna win that, but hey, whatever. Not a single life-saving bubble. That's just not true. Bucky ulted and I saved a teammate. Try again. Check the tapes. I give you the replay ID. I'll give you the replay ID. Quit playing with me. It's all good. I'll glaze myself, chat. Fuck you. Fuck you. Bro, I didn't hit the roof. Bro, oh my god. I didn't hit the roof. I ulted under the roof and I denied the site and we took the second point. And after that, I killed the mag. Nah, it's not okay.
It's okay when you hit the
I
roof.
want my
I've done it a couple
props.
times. It's fine. It's you know,
Bro.
it's kind of like when you learn your mag. Sometimes you make these mistakes.
Bro,
It's fine.
bro. No, chat not trying to give my props ever, bro. They do this every time.
Although that was good denying the site, though. I do have
See,
to say that.
chat, y'all don't understand. Y'all just don't understand.
Who do y'all want to see me? Choose a character for me to play him for.
Sure, you can pick mine. What role? Or any role or
I guess DPS. Oh, it could be any role actually.
group? Or not.
Oh man.
You said any role? Wait, what do we need? Oh, we don't need tanks. I want
No,
you.
so it's like a healer or DPS. If I play healers, it would be just any healer I don't play.
Healer you don't play?
Yeah. Oh fuck! That might just throw the game.
There's not a lot of healers you don't play.
I don't play. Well,
Other than,
I'm
like,
learning
the off
matches. I
ones.
don't play Adam and Ultron. A DPS pool. I mean heal pool. And you don't have to choose heals. You could choose DPS too. Good night,
Okay.
Zach.
Do you Moon Knight? See that Moon Knight again? Moon Knight just got buffed today.
All right, what team up? Apply an Onk trap upon triggering an Onk materialize.
I don't know. The cloak one just got buffed. We have a CND, so use the CND one.
Okay. And dash for Medina. Energy healing waves? I heal Moon Knight nearby. I could heal. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, when you use your TP thing, you heal at the end of it.
Some DD close to escape.
Yeah, try it right now. Use it right now.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like
I gotta change that button.
yeah, you can use this to escape. The tool was seen is broken. Is it?
It's the escape dive. Oh, I see. Okay.
Do I play with subs?
I haven't
Yeah,
played
I did
them in
viewer games
so
earlier.
long.
Yeah, you're pretty fun. They're both this damage. I do need to unrust my Jubilee.
Oh, it's Q. There we go.
Energy core detonated. Scared of so much damage this patch.
Should not be trying to aim there. I can't. Ooh. Nice.
Nice movement. I have ult already.
Bruh, my Onk is down there, chat.
Careful, careful.
Come back.
Hulk smash.
Ooh. Hulk smash.
Oh, that's not good.
Okay. Nice.
She's mad. Nice. Oh, fuck no. Oh, man. God damn it.
I'm out of here. I'm.
Do we have any ults to retake with? I don't think so. Oh. Touch, touch, touch. Oh wait, I can't heal him in his ult. I'm stupid. Oh, I tried to heal you, but fucking Magneto body blocked.
No comment. Chat, no fucking comment. Y'all didn't see shit. Oh, shoot. Can Moon Knight bunny hop?
Whoa, this motherfucker tried to ult me. Moon Knight, no. So if I remember correctly, no.
I hear someone. Oh no, that's just Convoy.
That shit is loud. That combo is stupid loud. It sounds like Iron Man flying. What the? I just rubber banded.
God darn it. How did that? Oh, that didn't hit me. It was mag. Use your dash to escape. Yeah. I'm coming slowly but surely.
Broke it.
Nah.
I took a gamble and kept shooting and he fucking exploded it. I love Jubilee. I don't know which one's my favorite healer. Jubilee or White Fox. It's one of them.
You basically blink away because it has no effects. Oh.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this.
So it's kind of like
Jubilee is here.
like when Black Cat disappears. Yeah, I actually like that team up. It's a good learning experience.
Yeah, you just heal at the end of it. It's pretty nice. I don't know if it used to put like a circle down that healed teammates, but I don't think it does that anymore. That was like the really old one.
I think it's a wave now that heals.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I remember he has to have a team up. What? It was just like a certain area.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Did you ever do that thing? That challenge I gave you with the finals?
Oh.
With Jubilee? Did you ever finish that? Oh, okay.
No, I haven't. I kind of forgot about it.
Oh, good.
Good.
Chaz, having a pet rat comp? A pet rat? Why would you want a pet rat? It's a random one.
You guys ever do the Arby's thing? No. We actually need to situate that. Oh, my God.
Talk about it later.
Really? Squirrel girl?
No, we'll do it soon.
Oh, hell. I melee for him, chat. Oh.
Yeah, Jubilee feels a lot better this patch. Like a lot. Might be too good. That thing feels so fast now.
Got mag.
That girl's dead. Yo, that shit almost killed her. Damn. Push up with us, push up with us. I almost killed her. God damn it. She ran away. Yeah, Jubilee is crazy this patch. What the fuck? She feels really, really strong. Yeah, she was running away. Yeah, she was moving. W Twinkie.
All right.
Yep.
I'm gonna turn.
The spot to call up.
Tomorrow was Saturday.
Ooh.
I'll play on the main tomorrow. It wasn't that stimulating playing here. It was a good learning experience though. You know what? It's probably because I didn't play tank enough. That'll be overstimulating now.
Yeah, we'll play some tank next time. Which one do you have more fun playing, DPS or tank? 2 out of a question.
I think tank.
Oh yeah.
DPS is. I mean, DPS is cool. I just like have to lock in, but when I lock in, I guess it's not that fun.
It's not that fun when you lock in. Wait, what? How that work?
I don't know how to explain it. Because when I play tank, it's like so chaotic. I'm kind of enjoying it.
Oh, I see. Like we were playing Groot that time. Screaming.
Yeah. I don't know how to explain it.
Nah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
Maybe it's something else, but yeah, I do enjoy playing tank more. Gotta teach her dive then. I do play some dive. I haven't played them in a while. I should probably go on a dive.
Teach her dive? Oh, okay, dive is stimulating, yeah. That's just chaotic.
We need to go back on a magic dive. Diving art.
I like diving with you when you play Venom. It's pretty fun.
I haven't played him in so long.
Yeah, I remember diving. You were on the Wakanda map, the Hall of the T'Challa or whatever. I don't remember what it's called. We were cooking
Teach
with
me
that.
like DD. Have you done your Spidey sub goal already?
No. That sub goal did not get hit, thankfully. Thank God that sub goal didn't get hit. I put that sub goal very high on purpose. So hell nah. That was like the second to last one. I mean, the sub goals are gonna return in September, but I don't know.
September. Oh, next month. Okay.
Yeah, subs are like discounted next month. And usually like they do a thing where for every 5 gifted or higher, they add an extra 1 to like 30.
Oh.
Yeah. Are we gonna have a solo on first? Yeah, we'll probably do a mini one.
Alright, who do you want to raid?
Nah, yeah, I'm ending them out of here on watch. I gotta finish this fucking Game of Thrones already. I'm so close. Who do I want to raid? Who to raid? Let's see. Anyone live? One person I see live on Rivals is Raylene. Wait, is she about to end? No way. I think she's going still. You do Raylene. Unless you have someone else in mind.
No.
To see one today, so that was good.
Fuck no, she's ending. Damn it. Well, I think she's about to end. Whatever, forget it. I'm gonna send it.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay. Good night, chat. I'll catch you guys later.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Thanks for everyone that tuned into the customs as well. It was pretty fun. See ya.